Please note that the meeting is being live streamed on the Council's YouTube channel, and I welcome members of the press and public who may be viewing this meeting remotely. In order to establish the smooth running of the meeting so far as possible, it is recommended that you mute your microphone and switch your camera off when not speaking, and then unmute them when you need to speak. So can we please have everybody to do that, please, now? Councillor Williams, can you turn your camera off, please? Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, it was off.
Right, that's okay. There must be just a bit of a lag.
Thank you.
Members may be aware from the experience that it tends to take longer to deal with the business at the remote meetings, and therefore I would be grateful if the number and length of speeches would be kept to a manageable level. We will now move into the formal business of the meeting. Item 1. Can we take notice convening the meeting as read?
Agreed, Mr. Mayor.
Agreed.
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 Okay, thank you. The next item is the minutes of the extraordinary meeting of Council held on the 10th of June 2020. Can we agree the minutes of the meeting on the 10th of June?
Agreed.
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 Item 3. Do any members have declarations of interest? Do I take that as a no? Item 4. Announcements. It's with sadness that I refer Council to the recent death of Mayoress of Sunderland, Margaret Farrelly Sibley, affectionately known as Val. Val was Mayoress to her sister, former Councillor Mayor Norma Wright. During the period of office, they supported a range of charities and good causes, including Sunderland AFC Foundation, Sunderland and Washington Mind Mental Health Charity, as well as veterans campaign groups Brother in Arms. Val was born in Southwick in 1938 and was the eldest of 4 daughters to John and Margaret Cooper. After leaving Southwick High School, she worked at Ericsson's and Bryan Mills. After marriage in 1958, she lived in Seaburn and had 3 children, Michelle, Gary and Stuart. The family moved to Scotland for a spell but returned to Wearside briefly before moving on again, this time to Malta and then Ibiza. Towards the end of the 1980s, Val moved back to the northeast, settling in Whitburn, and worked as a care assistant. Sadly, in 2018, she was diagnosed with cancer, which Sister Norma said she was courageous in dealing with, and died at home on Tuesday, the 14th of July, aged 81. She's survived by her 6 children, 6 grandchildren, and great-grandson. Would you please join me in sending condolences to the former Mayoress of Sunderland, Val Sibley, and I ask you all to remain silent for a moment as a mark of respect. That concludes my announcements. Item 5, apologies. Are there any apologies?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have apologies from councillors Howe, Kelly, Marshall, Scanlon, Scaplehorn, Wilson, Kay Wood and Alderman Arnott, Forbes, Greenfield and Tate.
Thank you. Are there any further apologies? If so, would members please indicate using the raised hand facility or switch on their camera if they do not have that facility, please. No.
Mr. Mayor, I've received a message from Councillor Doris Turner saying that she's having difficulty actually accessing the council meeting. She is intending to attend, but she can't seem to get in. So that may have to go down as apologies if Councillor Turner cannot attend the meeting.
Thank you, Leader. I see Councillor Michael Essel has his hand raised, and there's one other. I'm not quite sure who it is.
Councillor Kevin Johnson.
Sorry, Leader.
It's
Right, okay.
Councillor Kevin Johnson, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Councillor Essel, did you have anything to say? Councillor Essel, can you turn your mic on? Because I see your hand's raised.
Sorry about that. The lips were moving, but no sound was coming out. Must have been a relief for everybody. I've just had a text from Paula Hunt, who's also having trouble getting in and would like to submit her apologies if she's unsuccessful in her endeavours. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Essel. Item 6 is COVID. Sorry, Councillor Johnston? Kevin Johnston?
Sorry, Mayor, I was going to put apologies in, but they've managed to log in now, so the apologies aren't needed.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Is that all? There's no further apologies? Okay, we'll move on to item 6, COVID-19. I'd like to invite the Leader to provide an update to the Council on the situation regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. Leader, would you like to update the Council, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. At previous virtual meetings of Council these past months, the Cabinet and I have given comprehensive COVID-19 updates on the Council and indeed whole city's response to the crisis. A lot of facts, figures and insights have been provided previously, and at this stage I do not propose to recap on that level of detail, nor do I propose to duplicate what is going to be outlined in other items and questions related to COVID-19 on this evening's agenda, Mr. Mayor. In addition, all elected members are again receiving daily updates on the current COVID situation and its implications for Sunderland. Given the pressures that our staff are under, I would urge members to refer to these, as these will hopefully answer a lot of the questions that you may have. Mention has already been made this evening, or will be in later items, of the phenomenal efforts to support the city and its residents through these unprecedented times, including the £44 million worth of business grants that we've paid out, the dedicated work of both children's and adult social care teams, the way we've kept this disruption to environmental services to an absolute minimum, the creation of the vital community hubs and coordination of almost 1,000 wonderful volunteers across the city, and the way our partners across the public, private and voluntary sectors have worked alongside us and all pulled together in the COVID-19 fight. A lot has quite rightly been reported on this work and much, much more in relation to the responses to the pandemic. However, whilst delivering this response, we have also been planning and putting the right things in place to aid the city's successful recovery from COVID-19. As I said in previous updates, this dreadful virus will have deep and lasting impacts on people's lives and sadly on our most vulnerable residents, in particular in relation to their health, education, employment and other opportunities. And so I have stated the Council's absolute commitment a number of times now to do all that we can to ensure those increased gaps are closed as quickly as possible and we get right back on course to deliver our city plan and opportunities for all by 2030. We have made some fantastic progress with our regeneration plans over the last couple of months, and as a result, brilliant strides towards recovery, including further investment by Legal and General in a new manufacturing hub at the Hillthorne Park site in Washington, set to create an additional 1,600 jobs. The opening of the fabulous new stack at Seaburn, and having been there twice now, I hope everybody else is getting along to see the food and drink offer that's there and enjoy themselves, and securing 2 significant investments to accelerate the rollout of our UK leading 5G Wi-Fi network. This all signals as strong a recovery as you will see anywhere, thanks to the phenomenal efforts, foresight and ambition of all the officers, elected members and our partners that have been involved in continuing that strong work. And so we must keep it going. Our residents deserve nothing else. And this is why acting together across our geography, where people cross the local authority boundaries for all sorts of reasons every day, the 7 Northeast local authorities were united last week in proactively seeking the government's support for further local restrictions. It wasn't about seeking to control people or needlessly following the trend of other towns, cities and regions. Instead, it was evidence-led and entirely designed to safeguard and protect our residents, our brilliant businesses, and the region's continued recovery from lockdown. To enter another full lockdown would be nothing short of catastrophic. And so together as leaders, we were clear we needed to take the initiative and act before it was too late. Nobody wants to see the progress to date derailed and for residents and businesses to suffer more than they already have in the past very tough 6 months. And we want to head the worst case scenarios off at the pass. We already knew with the introduction of the rule of 6 nationally a week gone Monday that the government had concerns about social distancing and people paying attention to hands, face, space. And we knew from the pattern of our own outbreaks in Sunderland that despite the constant advice, messaging and support, people can tend to forget the rules and guidance when they're having an evening out. To me, it seems the vast majority of people were very concerned and careful during lockdown. But since the restrictions were lifted, they've almost been lulled into a false sense of security and think the virus has gone away, or they're at much less risk of catching it now. But unfortunately, that's simply not the case, as we are seeing with infection rates doubling at the moment every 7 days. This trend has continued this week with some very worrying figures in parts of the Northeast. Not only are infection rates rising rapidly, but hospital admissions are also going in the wrong direction. And then, as we all know, yesterday, it was confirmed that the same concerns are held at the national level, and the government is introducing further country-wide restrictions, possibly for a period of 6 months over the next couple of days. We all just want to get back to normal, and we're sick of not being able to do the things we love doing and seeing the people we love seeing. But the quickest way to get back to normal life is to follow these vital steps at this stage in the pandemic, so that we safeguard the more vulnerable and save as many lives as possible. We will continue to have the added restrictions we need in the Northeast in relation to visiting households, as this is where, alongside the hospitality sector, the virus is being transmitted. Although I was delighted that the government listened to us earlier in the week and granted the exemption we had asked for from the outset for informal childcare, allowing parents to go to work. I cannot stress enough how important it is for each and every one of us in the city to follow the rules, to understand the risk is still there, and to look after ourselves and everyone around us. We're about to start to see the added impact of the onset of the usual seasonal viruses, the colds and flus that we get at this time of year. So we simply cannot afford to let COVID-19 get out of control, to infect our residents on a widespread scale and overwhelm health and social care services. And whilst we have welcomed the government's further interventions this week and are grateful for their support on the northeast restrictions, we do need them to keep listening to us, to hear what we are saying about the failures of the test and trace system and how, with the resources and powers passported to local authorities and our partners, we can do a much better job with our local knowledge, insights and expertise. We also need them to hear us on the issue of resources. We simply cannot achieve recovery from COVID-19 with a gaping hole in our finances. And as a member of the local government family, we will not stop making our case for the sake of our residents. And holding central government to its pledge back in March to do, and I quote, whatever it takes to support councils in their frontline fight against COVID-19. Each and every one of us has a duty and responsibility in some way. As a council, we must continue to do all of the above and more. And my heartfelt thanks go to the council's staff, partners, their staff, businesses and organisations working so hard to survive and thrive, and the city's army of volunteers who I know are all going to rise to the challenge once again over these next few months. And as individuals, we must do the right thing, follow the rules, play our part, stay safe, act responsibly, be neighbourly and mindful of others, and we will come through this together as the City of Sunderland. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. That's my update.
If any members wish to speak, please indicate using the raised hand function in the first instance, and we'll ask if there's anyone else who wishes to speak. So any members who do not have the raised hand facility can switch on their camera and mic accordingly. So firstly, do any members wish to speak? Indicate via the raised hand function, please. No? Is there anyone else who hasn't been able to use the raised hand function and wishes to speak? If so, switch on your camera and mic and indicate accordingly. No. Can we note the update from the leader?
Agreed.
Agreed. Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you, everyone. Item 7, the citywide approach to carbon reduction. I would like to invite the Deputy Leader to present an update to the Council on the citywide approach to carbon reduction. Deputy Leader.
Thank you there, Mr. Mayor. I'm pleased to update members regarding ongoing progress being made in relation to the city's goal of becoming carbon neutral by 2030 and reducing our carbon emissions. In June, the 2030 Shadow Board met as planned to discuss the draft low carbon framework. Following this meeting, each member of the Shadow Board had the opportunity to discuss the draft framework within their organisation and sent any further comments to the Council for incorporation. The Council has taken comments into consideration and is updating the low carbon framework for consideration by the Shadow Board later in September. The low carbon framework will set out how the city will deliver the carbon reduction. It will include strategic priorities that will focus specifically on creating an energy efficient built environment, developing renewable energy generation and storage, developing low carbon transport modes, growing the city's green economy, reducing consumption and waste, adapting the policies and operational practices of our own organisations, and importantly, adapting our behaviour. The 2030 Shadow Board also discussed at its June meeting the draft template for a low carbon action plan. Each organisation intends to prepare its own action plan, which will set out what actions they intend to take to meet the strategic priorities mentioned previously. The Council's 2030 Task Group continues to work on initiatives to drive forward carbon reduction and to achieve the strategic priorities of the draft low carbon framework. Examples of the recent work includes the development of a pilot to include low carbon heating and energy efficiency measures for homes in conjunction with the Council's housing service. Following the pilot, the Council will consider whether to submit a bid to deliver a larger scheme, for example, using the Green Homes Grant Local Authority Delivery Programme Phase 2. Street lighting Phase 3 will commence in October, which will replace heritage and non-standard lights with LED. Work is also ongoing to convert all lighting within our parks also to LED. All operational buildings and car parks are currently being surveyed to identify opportunities for the installation of solar PV where appropriate. Solar PV and air source heat pumps will be included in the new household waste recycling centre. 2 energy efficiency projects for small and medium-sized companies, part funded by the European Regional Development Fund, have also continued to be developed. Firstly, the city's Breeze SME Energy Efficiency Scheme has now engaged with 65 companies and delivered 12 energy audits, with 3 grants having been made to support energy investment by the businesses. The second is the Regional Best SME Energy Efficiency Programme, which has delivered 2 energy audits within the city, and 1 grant offer has been made to a Sunderland-based company. In relation to Culture and Events Service, they are preparing an overarching sustainability plan for events. Immediate actions have been to reduce paper on site and also to implement dedicated recycling areas and bins for visitors. Indeed, the Council is also now to launch its EcoFlex to Sunderland residents in October. This programme will deliver energy efficiency measures in low carbon households in Sunderland. I hope this provides a brief update on the work that is going on within the Council and with our partners on low carbon, and will continue to provide ongoing updates to Council as appropriate going forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. Can we note the update from the Deputy Leader?
Agreed, Mr. Mayor.
Agreed.
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 Okay, we can move on now.
Agreed.
Then the next item is reception of petitions. Do any members have petitions to present?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have one. This petition is from a Miss Helen Snowball, residents and other road users using Tunstall Hope Road. They're asking for traffic calming measures on the brow of the hill to go down to 30 miles an hour to make it safer for the amount of people using that road. There was 351 people signed the petition in the time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any more?
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Haswell and Councillor Ty are indicating.
Councillor Haswell, would you like to present your petition, please?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Present a petition on behalf of the residents in Pallion and also the Sandhill wards as a joint one, and it is to support the council's application to the Department of Transport and the Department of Housing, Communities and Local Government for funding to upgrade and fully signalise the junction of the A183 Chester Road with Holborn Road and Springwell Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haswell. Councillor Ty? Councillor Ty, do you have your petition, or are you experiencing some technical problems?
Can you hear us, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Ty, I can. Thank you.
Yeah. So the first petition is from residents of Symington Gardens, requesting that 2 disproportionate trees are taken down. And the residents, it's signed by 14 residents of Symington Gardens who are also offering to replace the trees to a higher standard. That's the first petition, Mr. Mayor. The second petition I have is signed by 172 residents, which only began on Monday as a result of a serious accident in Silksworth. The petition reads as follows. After a number of accidents, we would like Sunderland Council to consult the residents with a view to implementing measures that would make Vicarage Road, Cumberland Road and Lincoln Avenue safer for all whom live and use the roads. The roads have become a rat run to miss out traffic in other locations, and the time has come for action to be taken to prevent a fatality. A number of accidents have occurred, with some involving buses. Measures that could be consulted upon could include reduction in the speed limit, traffic calming measures, and a review of bus types now being used to service these roads. These used to be small mini-link type buses, and these are now generic buses not suitable for these roads. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ty. Is there any more petitions? No. Can we agree to refer these to the appropriate chief officer, please?
Agreed, Mr. Mayor.
Agreed.
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 Okay, we're now going to move on to the next item, which is written questions by members of the public. I'll now read out the questions we have received. This question came from a Sunderland resident, Rod Heppelwhite. The question is, could the leader please advise what, if any, plans the council has for the Thorney Close Action Enterprise Centre? Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Under current plans, Thorney Close Action and Enterprise Centre will be retained as an operational building by the council. It will continue to be used as a hub for the delivery of council and Together for Children's services, in addition to the nursery provision and community facilities provided from the site. The council will continue to work to ensure that the building supports the delivery of the city plan, is fit for purpose, and is run efficiently for the benefit of users and residents. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. The next question is from Chris Roberts, a resident of Sunderland also. What improvements are being made to Roker Park as part of the council's capital investment plan? Councillor Rebecca Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Plans are being developed for improvements to the lodge in Roker Park, which will see improvements to and an extension of the existing building to provide a cafe and courtyard to enhance the visitor offer. I'm sure this will be very welcome in the park. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
The next question is from Sunderland resident Alan Liddle. When will any improvements and repairs get done to the footpaths and small bridges in and around North Hilton and removal of the sunken boat? This question has been also asked of the local MP and Durham Wildlife. I believe the leader is going to reply on this one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the public rights of way and associated bridges in the North Hilton area are inspected twice yearly and when other concerns are reported. Repairs are carried out where needed, and we mow and trim the vegetation on the public rights of way in the area twice each year as part of a citywide 110-kilometre maintenance plan. Woody overhang is cut back where relevant, and we did this through High Wood and along the coast to coast from Washington to Low Southwick in autumn of 2019. Normal wear and tear through use and undercutting by the river in some areas, necessitate path and structural repairs. During the last 18 months, we have repaired or replaced bridges, steps and path support, timber and high wood between the A19 and Low Barmston. This year, we have also repaired and installed stiles to try to block motorbikes from the paths. Below Ferryboat Lane, we have replaced steps to the riverside. Regarding the stone bridge below Woodhouse Farm, vegetation clearance works preparatory to repairing the stone parapets has been completed, and we are near to awarding a contract to carry out this work through a framework contract. The Harbour Master continues to monitor the situation in relation to the sunken boat, but does not regard the vessel as a danger or hazard to navigation, nor is it likely to become so, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. This is a question from the resident of Sunderland, Alison Smith. Could the Leader provide an update on the replacement for Willowfields Primary School in the Redhill ward and other such projects the council are proposing within the city? Councillor Farthing, I believe you were going to give the reply to this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm delighted to give the response to this question. I can advise that construction has now started on the new Willowfields Primary School, and I was there along with my colleague, Councillor Paul Stewart, in order to sort of cut the earth along with the head teacher. And the work on this should be finished in time for pupils to be able to move into their new school in September of 2021. Willowfields School is only one part of this council's commitment to improving school facilities used by the children across our city. In the next 5 years, as a minimum, we plan to provide new buildings for Hetton Primary School and Thorney Close Primary School, to extend existing schools in the coalfields and in South Sunderland. We're making significant improvements to facilities at Barnes Junior School and investing in a fantastic new 13 million building for children with special educational needs, with the development of a brand new school to replace the current Sunningdale Primary School. In addition to this, I can also report to Council that the new extension to the Harry Watts School at Harriton has also been provided during this summer recess, and that pupils are starting to attend there now. This will again provide additional support to our children with special needs. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Farthing. The next question is from Sunderland resident Jimmy Warren. Could I ask the council if the council has any plans to review its policy on dog fouling within Washington? And if so, what options are being considered to combat the actions of irresponsible dog owners? And I believe Councillor Paul Stewart, the Deputy Leader, is going to answer this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and can I also thank Jimmy for the question. The council has powers under the Public Spaces Protection Order to enforce against a number of dog controlling issues. Under this order, authorised officers of the council can issue fixed penalty notices of £75 to anyone who has witnessed failing to clean up after their dog has fouled. Failure to pay the fixed penalty will result in prosecution in the Magistrates' Court, where the maximum fine for the offence is £1,000. We are aware that the issue of enforcement was recently raised through our Let's Talk consultation exercise with residents of the city, and this indeed resulted in further discussions by councils in a number of area committees. And this is despite the council as a whole adopting a zero tolerance approach towards dog fouling. Your question tonight therefore reinforces the position that we need to look further at how we can enforce provisions within the protection order without penalising the overwhelming majority of decent, law-abiding residents. I can therefore confirm that the council is to undertake an early review of the current Public Spaces Protection Order and consult with residents on additional options such as strengthening arrangements in relation to cemeteries, our beaches and other public spaces. In addition, to look at the feasibility of the right to challenge dog owners to ensure they have the appropriate means to pick up dog feces deposited by their dog. I am pleased to be able to provide you with a provisional timetable as follows. There'll be a 6 weeks consultation with the public on the new enforcement proposals, and it's intended that will be in November and December of 2020. That will be followed by a review of resident feedback to agree the restrictions, and then consultation with partners on enforcement. And it's expected that will be completed by the end of January 2021. The proposals will then come to Cabinet in February or March 2021 for approval, with a view that the new enforcement orders will go live on the 1st of April 2021. I would like to conclude by urging Jimmy and every other resident to contribute to the upcoming consultation to ensure that the protection order represents the wishes of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. The next question is from Sunderland resident Sean Laws. Can I congratulate the Leader on the announcement that Sunderland has become the first council in the North East to become an accredited real living wage employer? Could he please explain the implications of this decision and how it fits within the council community wealth building agenda? Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, can I thank Sean for the question? The real living wage is an hourly rate of pay set independently and updated annually by the Living Wage Foundation, calculated according to the basic cost of living in the UK, and it currently stands at £9.30 per hour. The accreditation means that not only will our workforce receive at least the real living wage, because we've been doing this since 2014, but that this commitment has been extended to all service contracts with the council, so that when they come up for renewal, those companies for bidding will also need to pay their workers the real living wage. At last count, the Living Wage Foundation had given this accreditation to over 6,700 employers across the country, and we are joining some big names ranging from IKEA through to the Nationwide Builders Society, through to Aviva, with many companies ranging from the SME sector through to companies that are in the FTSE 100. Local examples, Mr. Mayor, include companies such as Gentoo, all the way through to third sector organisations such as Youth Almighty. And I'd like to make a particular well done to Councillor Ty for his involvement in that organisation, because they've been accredited since 2014. Disappointingly though, the North East has the lowest number of accredited employers in any region in the country, standing at just 129. It is a reminder of how, as a region, we continue to fall behind when it comes to pay, with poverty pay rates continuing to account for around 20% of the region's workforce. Clearly, leaving things to the free market alone will not change nothing in respect of this statistic. As a council, we have therefore begun to take steps to reverse this economic constraint and say enough is enough, and that we will do all in our power to support our residents so that they will not be left behind. This is why, being the first council in the North East to gain accreditation as a real living wage employer represents a key milestone, sending a message to other employers of what a gold standard will look like in the years ahead as we continue to strive towards our vision of becoming a real living wage city, Mr. Mayor. Sunderland Council alone spent £112.7 million last year with local suppliers, of which £78.9 million was with the local SME sector and £15.5 million with the VCS network. In addition, a further £96 million was spent with suppliers based within the North East. By linking more procurement with local firms and expanding the number who themselves are real living wage employers, we will begin to move forward on this scourge of poverty pay. We recognise that achieving this vision will take time, but we are reminded that the real living wage accreditation is just one part of our wider community wealth building programme, a programme that looks to enhance the lives of our residents both socially, through our community empowerment and engagement work, and also economically through ensuring poverty and poverty pay has no place to hide in this city. This council has a community wealth building strategy in place, offering clarity as to the journey we need to take, and please be assured, Sean, we have the strong leadership in place to ensure that it's achieved. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. The next question is from Sunderland resident Lisa Ventura. Why are the blue bins not emptied every fortnight? When are they not kept on the fortnightly rota, become full to overflow? Leader?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Refuse and recycling bins are scheduled to be emptied on alternate weeks. Where blue bins are found in them, the collection crews will not empty the bin, as this may potentially contaminate the load on the vehicle. The crew place a sticker on the bin advising the householder why their bin was not emptied and what they need to do ahead of presenting the bin again at the time of the next scheduled collection. If any householder requires any further assistance with regard to how to manage their waste disposal, officers are available to provide assistance. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. The next question is from Laura Murrell, Secretary of KONP, and Pamela Wortley, retired GP, Chair of KONP. What is Sunderland Council doing to prevent the steady and insidious NHS privatisation process, and how will you ensure that the local integrated care system involves changes based on health and social need rather than being driven by the financial considerations that lead to further outsourcing to the private sector? Councillor Dr. Geoffrey Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While decisions on the processes used to commission services in the NHS are a matter of national policy and law, Sunderland City Council, as a Labour-controlled authority, would not, of course, support systematic privatisation of the NHS. Sunderland City Council, as an active member of the Local Government Association, the new Local Government Network, the Cooperative Councils Innovation Network, and the Community Wealth Building Network, strives in a particular way to achieve the best possible quality of service delivery for our residents through the application of cooperative values and principles. No more is this most evident in the new approach to health and social care, Mr. Mayor. Within the integrated partnership, our delivery mechanisms of Sunderland Care and Support, and Altogether Better, are widely admired by the local authorities. We are committed to a form of integrated commissioning of services which makes best use of our available resources and aims to avoid the extraction of wealth through existing ample institutions, such as the NHS. We have recently created the post of Executive Director of Public Health and Integrated Commissioning, and the person appointed to this post will commence working with us at the beginning of November. This is an innovative approach which aims to tackle with integrated commissioning agenda and take it to a new level. In terms of my own portfolio, Mr. Mayor, as Cabinet Member for Healthy City, I've been instrumental in establishing the North East Health and Wellbeing Chairs Network during lockdown, which aims to monitor the work of the integrated care system and the various integrated care partnerships. Recently, I also wrote a paper entitled Resetting the Health and Social Care System, setting out a new vision and a 7-point plan for the delivery of integrated health and social care for the city. This paper has drawn a lot of local, regional and national attention and will form the basis of a workshop facilitated by the Local Government Association in October. I think our involvement in integrated health and social care in this way clearly demonstrates our commitment to an agenda of collaboration and cooperation aimed at avoiding wealth extraction by the private sector. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dr. Geoffrey Walker. The next one is from Amy June Humble, a resident of Sunderland. Is it acceptable behaviour for councillors to make mental health assessments of residents over social media and threaten them with being sectioned? Is this a behaviour you approve of? Councillor Dr. Geoffrey Walker, I believe this is your question as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think mental health is a topic to be taken lightly, Mr. Mayor. Whilst the council and its elected members may well support our residents with dealing with mental health challenges, this should be dealt with on a case-by-case basis with signposting to health colleagues where appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dr. Geoffrey Walker. The final question is from Malcolm Bond, a resident of Sunderland. Car parking in Seaburn. The loss of free car park to the Avent home site and its replacement with a pay-as-you-go facility has resulted in an increase in illegal and inappropriate parking. Will the council deploy more traffic wardens to enforce the parking restrictions in lieu of anticipated residents' consultation on the community parking management scheme in Seaburn? I believe, Councillor Rebecca Atkinson, you were going to answer this.
I am, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Civil enforcement officers visit the seafront area on a daily basis and take enforcement action against vehicles parked in contravention of restrictions when appropriate. A number of penalty charge notices have been issued in this area since the beginning of June and to date, with approximately 200 issued on Whitburn Road and Dykelands Road combined. Additional measures and arrangements are progressing, including proposals for a community parking management scheme in the area. Additional daily visits to the area by civil enforcement officers will continue on an ongoing basis. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson. Councillor Dr. Jeffrey Walker, can I just ask you to turn your camera off, please?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Apologies, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, the next item is item 10, report of Cabinet. I now call upon the leader to move the approval and adoption of the report of Cabinet and the supplementary report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I so move the Cabinet report and the supplementary report that goes with it.
Deputy Leader, do you second the reports?
Second the report and reserve the right to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Leader, if you would like to speak to the reports, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Know that it's a one-item Cabinet report on the annual health and safety report. It's very concise. I'm sure everybody's read through it. There's no need to, I believe, to go anything further than just acknowledge that it's there and it's a good report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. If any member wishes to speak, please indicate using the raised hand function and state whether you have an amendment, a comment, or a question. Is there anyone else who hasn't been able to use the raised hand function who wishes to speak? Do I take that as a no? Okay, now we move on to item 11, written questions by members of the council. Sorry, can we accept the report, please?
Agreed.
Agreed, Mr. Mayor.
Agreed.
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 Okay, thank you. Now we'll move on to item 11, questions for council. Councillor Samuels, I believe you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would the leader please comment on the availability of memorial benches being installed outside of cemeteries in the north area of Sunderland? Thank you.
Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to thank Councillor Samuels for prior notice of the question. A review of the memorialisation opportunities in Sunderland is currently underway, which will improve the city's offer to include additional benches, trees, ceremonial plaques and tablets. As part of the review, consideration will be given to the availability of memorial benches in locations within and outside of cemeteries, including parks and open spaces, where their location is sensitive and appropriate to the type of land available and which contributes to our objectives for a clean and attractive city, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. The next question is Councillor Dominic McDonough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Despite repeated attempts to source the information, councillors have still not been informed about the financial arrangement between Legal and General and Sunderland City Council regarding the building of the new City Hall. Will the Leader of the Council please publish this information immediately, setting out the cost to the taxpayer over the length of the agreement, along with information on ongoing costs around maintenance contracts, etc.
Leader, would you like to reply, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And once again, I'd like to thank Councillor McDonough for prior notification of the question. As Councillor McDonough will appreciate, the detailed terms of the legal agreements with Legal and General in relation to the delivery of both the City Hall and the wider speculative developments on the Vox site are confidential as they contain commercially sensitive information. Further, the transaction model is consistent with the agreements between Legal and General and other local authorities for the delivery of major developments in other cities, including Newcastle, Sheffield, Cardiff and Belfast. However, I am able to confirm the following. The annual rental payment under the council's lease of the new City Hall will be £2,443,200 per annum, and the term is 35 years. The annual rent is indexed each year in line with the retail price index, but subject to the increase not being less than 1% or greater than 4%. It should be noted that a proportion of this gross rent will be recovered from the council's proposed tenants, so the actual net rental payment by the council will be lower. There are no associated maintenance contracts with Legal and General in relation to the City Hall. Repairs and maintenance of the building will be the responsibility of this council and will be carried out in the normal way, either in-house or through the appointment of council contractors as required. At the same time, Legal and General has contractually committed to the delivery of £120 million of private sector investment within Sunderland Riverside through the delivery of an additional 150,000 square feet net of speculative Grade A office development on the Vox site. In addition, this flagship deal for Sunderland Riverside has also crucially established a framework for a new partnership approach with Legal and General for further major investment in the city. And as Councillor McDonough will be aware, the second major LNG investment of £60 million has recently been announced at Hillthorne Business Park, which will deliver approximately 620,000 square feet of new industrial development and around 1,600 new jobs. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
The next question is from Councillor Niall Hodgson. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you, Mayor Sunderland. In a widely circulated letter, Graham Miller is apparently recorded as saying that keeping strong Labour control of the council is the only sensible priority at this time. This is extremely concerning, as the leader's top priority should be supporting residents and businesses dealing with the pandemic currently devastating our city and our country. Can the leader please confirm for the council that these words are not his? Thank you.
Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Hodgson, of course those words are mine. At the end of the day, this was a discussion internal to the Labour group about policy items. The key prospect of what we always look for is to keep our residents safe, and they're always our primary concern. Our political goal as a Labour party is to keep Sunderland Labour. That is what political parties are about. So I do want to see us keep Sunderland as a Labour-controlled city, like you would like Sunderland to become Liberal Democrat and Councillor Mullen would like Sunderland to become Conservative. So I make no bones about my words saying that it is a priority for the group because it's our political goal. This is a Labour city, and our actions in dealing with the COVID crisis clearly show our residents why we are best placed to work to protect them. Holding a completely dysfunctional Tory government to account where the total absence of political leadership from Boris Johnson down through Matt Hancock and into a cabinet of nodding heads has got us in the place where we are now, where 7 northeast local authorities had to go to the government and tell them what to do before we had the problem that we're now having. And thankfully they listened, and we introduced our restrictions earlier than the government's introduced in the last couple of days to impact on the rest of England. But I've got to say, Councillor Hodson, if not Labour, then who? Because surely not the Conservatives, where 10 years of austerity ripped the guts out of this council and destroyed its services without giving us anything back other than taking over £310 million out of our council budget from 2010 to what we get to spend today. And I have to say, certainly not the Liberal Democrats, hypocrites, thieves and rogues who steal from the public purse for personal and political gain, and then do not apologise for it or make restitution for it or resign. So I'll take no lectures from the arch hypocrite Councillor Hodson when he won't deal with his own councillors for disgraceful behaviour, and we'll just leave it at that, Mr. Mayor.
Supplementary question, please, Mayor Sunderland.
Councillor Hodson, will you please switch your camera off?
Sorry, I said a supplementary question, please.
Yes, I heard you, and then asked you to switch your camera off.
Is my supplementary question not being taken?
I need to speak to somebody first. Thank you. Councillor Hodson, can you please put your camera on and your mic and ask the supplementary, please, and then switch your camera off.
Thank you, Mayor Sunderland. The leader just confirmed that the words of that letter were his. The same letter described the deputy leader, then deputy leader of the council, Michael Mordy, as duplicitous and disloyal. As a member of the city council, that gives me cause for concern, given that obviously the deputy leader has been in place for a long time and has taken part in lots of council decisions. Do we have any reason to be concerned about the actions of the deputy leader over his time in office?
Councillor Hodson, I didn't think that had anything to do with the original question, so I'm not going to allow it.
Quite clearly does, Mayor Sunderland. It's part of the letter that the leaders just agreed that was written by him.
Councillor Hodson, I'm not going to argue with you. In my opinion, it doesn't stick to the letter, and we're going to move on now. Okay. So the next question, Councillor Denny Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Will the leader outline what preparations have been made by the council for dealing with localised outbreaks of COVID-19 in the city and a possible second wave of the epidemic? Thank you.
Councillor Dr. Geoffrey Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Wilson, for the prior knowledge of this question as well. Thank you. Council has set out its arrangements for dealing with localised outbreaks of COVID-19 in the city in the COVID-19 control plan, which was published on the 30th of June and is available on the council website. Arrangements include surveillance of test data, case follow-up procedures and outbreak management processes which take account of risk assessment. Council is doing all it can to respond to the rise in confirmed cases over recent weeks and the prevention of a second wave. Working across the LA7, the Council has actively participated in calling on the Government to establish an area of intervention covering Northumberland, Tyne and Wear and County Durham. This has been agreed, regulations have been laid before Parliament, and the new restrictions came into effect on Friday the 18th of September. At the same time, partners across the health economy are undertaking their planning for the winter period, informed by advice from others about a possible reasonable worst case scenario. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. The next question is from Councillor Peter Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What percentage of the floor space of the two buildings, the Beam and the Software Centre, is currently occupied, please?
Leader, would you like to answer this question? Councillor Wood, would you please turn your camera off?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Wood, for prior notice of the question. I can confirm that approximately 63% of the total lettable floor space at the Beam has been taken up by businesses which have signed up for a minimum occupancy of 10 years. With regards to the Software Centre, the occupancy at the end of August was 70%. Whilst we are conscious that the potential impact of COVID-19 on office accommodation across the UK remains uncertain at this stage, we remain focused on increasing city centre employment as set out in the city plan and continue to target potential occupiers for both buildings. Viewings have already begun again across both buildings with a number of potential tenants. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
The next question, Councillor Niall Hodgson.
Hello again, Mayor Sunderland, thank you. According to Amnesty International, around 1 million Uyghur Muslims are being held and tortured in detention camps in the northwest of China. This is really concerning, and in light of this, is the council reviewing its current partnership with the city of Harbin? Can the leader commit to a review of Sunderland's friendship arrangements with China? Thank you.
Councillor Hodgson, will you turn your camera off, please? Thank you. Leader, would you like to respond?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to thank Councillor Hodgson for prior notification of his question. As a global movement, Amnesty International has a long track record of defending human rights. This rightly includes engagement with governments, communities and individuals around the world to highlight and investigate concerns. Sunderland's friendship agreement with the City of Harbin was signed in 2009 and seeks to generate a range of benefits through the city-to-city partnership. It builds on the established approach with European twin towns, bringing communities together and seeking to build international understanding and a sense of global citizenship through these relationships. Set within the context of the city's international strategy, our partnership with Harbin has included a strong focus on education cooperation from the outset, with young people and staff from a number of schools across the city involved in joint work. The opportunities for young people around the world, including between Sunderland and China, to engage directly with each other and share their experiences of each other's cultures is an important part of equipping our young people with the skills and competencies they need to play their role in today's global economy and society. More broadly, we recognise that international engagement creates benefit in both the short and longer term, and from an economic perspective, on the strength of investment to date, we can demonstrate a range of benefits for this city. During the past 5 financial years, we have secured 3,991 jobs, capital investment totaling 885 million from overseas companies. And at the end of March 2020, the city was home to 91 overseas headquartered businesses originating in 19 different territories and employing a total of 25,940 people in this city. Of course, any changes to our relationship with Harbin and therefore China would be the Home Office's responsibility, and we would clearly follow any change in guidance from government on that matter as a matter of course, Councillor Watson. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. The next question is from Councillor Darrell Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, the local government minister stated on the 16th of March in 2020, as the country was then facing lockdown, that the government stands ready to do whatever is necessary to support councils in their response to coronavirus. Would the leader wish to comment on whether the government have actually fulfilled their promise to the residents of Sunderland as yet?
Councillor Dixon, would you just like, yeah, okay. Leader, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Dixon, for prior notification of your question. It is a very pertinent question, Councillor Dixon, as we enter another demanding period moving into autumn and winter, where councils up and down the land are certain to face further significant financial pressures as they fulfil their commitments to look after residents and particularly the most vulnerable members of our communities. In terms of the government's pledge to stand ready to support us, whatever it takes, I must commend the Chancellor for being quick to implement the furlough scheme, support for care homes and the grants for business. There was some limited success in initiatives by other departments, such as issuing IT equipment to the most vulnerable pupils, although there were severe delays in issuing these to schools and our needs were much greater than the number actually provided by government. Where we have been let down, however, is in relation to the severe impact of the pandemic on council finances. We are facing significantly reduced income coupled with much increased expenditure. For Sunderland City Council, our latest return to MHCLG estimates a shortfall in the funding provided in the region of £32 million to this city. All government support is welcomed, but it has not, by no means, been sufficient. The 3 tranches of general grant have totalled £21 million for Sunderland. However, the support received by councils to plug the gaps is completely inadequate, and we continue to urge the government to do the right thing so that no individual or community suffers more than they already have at the hands of this dreadful pandemic, the impacts of which will be felt for many years to come, I'm sure. Without further support, we would have no option but to rely on our financial reserves, money that we have set aside through our prudent financial management, the vast majority of which is earmarked for future costs in other areas, making the council draw on the vital reserves we have is not, to my mind, the government doing whatever is necessary to support us and support residents through one of the most challenging times in living memory. I also see a rowing back from doing whatever it takes in relation to this phase of the pandemic that we're in the moment. And the ask of local government grows almost daily. The fact that responsibility for track and trace procedures has been pushed to the localities, but without any resource, without capacity, but it's been passported from the centre where the job was initially being done poorly, massively incompetently by a private sector company who should never have been allowed near it, feels more to me like you're on your own and we're going to blame you for the failure now because we've completely failed in Serco track and trace, because it is not the NHS. Pillar 1 NHS track and trace within hospitals is working very well. The same goes for the Prime Minister's promises of COVID marshals, which I'm absolutely certain he made up on the spur of the moment at the at the podium because he didn't want to finish on bad news. Up and down the land and through them the support that is expected to be given to local authorities to manage adherence of the Rule of Six and other restrictions. Although the Rule of Six was brought in a week and a half ago and we've had enhanced restrictions in the Northeast since midnight on Thursday, we are yet to receive a single penny or any further information whatsoever on what, when, and who when it comes to the COVID marshal pledges that are just another fantasy of a totally deranged, unhinged Prime Minister who patently is not capable of leading the country at this time. And whilst the furlough scheme and business grants I mentioned at the start were a real positive in the fight against the devastating impact of lockdown on organisations and businesses large and small, just as furlough is winding down and the grant monies have been used up to pay the bills, the virus is now entering its second wave and restrictions at a national level with a whole range of localised enhancements are increasing by the day. So once again, these are very worrying times for businesses, employees and residents. To have to come back from a second spell of little or no trade is an even bigger hill to climb. And sadly, once again, we are hearing very little from the government on how they will support local authorities and their partners to fulfil the duty to support and protect our economies. These are the issues that need to be recognised, with adequate resources being allocated by the government in good time and in good faith, so that local authorities, public health and our health partners can make sure that we continue to support people and respond to the challenges brought about by COVID-19, and importantly, keep recovery on track for our residents and keep everybody safe. But frankly, Councillor Dixon, they have danced away from their pledge to do whatever is necessary because they're incapable of understanding how to deal with this health crisis. And it's our residents and our businesses that are unfortunately going to pay the price. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Would you like to turn? Yeah, okay. The next question is Councillor Peter Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What improvements in library provision are likely to result from the completion of the Museum and Winter Gardens Master Plan?
Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Wood for prior notice of the question. First of all, before I respond fully to the question, I'd just like to pay tribute to Councillor Kelly as a previous Cabinet member for this portfolio holder for his drive and determination in moving forward with culture and heritage across the city. This is one of the examples of his work and I thank him for that. So, subject to funding from the High Street Fund and as part of the Riverside development, a new purpose-built city library will be situated within Culture House. It is proposed that the new venue will create a living room in the heart of the city. Just think, sitting on a nice little sofa, reading a story to your little one. What a lovely way to spend a few hours. It will be an attractive and welcoming meeting place that hopefully will attract 750,000 visitors a year, encourage community engagement and active citizenship in a family-friendly environment at the same time as celebrating our rich history and heritage. It will be able to stimulate a passion for knowledge and learning around people of all ages, abilities and communities, and promote positive health and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. We now move on to the next question. Councillor Andrew Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are a number of abandoned or damaged boats along the river. These are damaging to the environment and pose a risk for further vandalism and or fire. Is there a plan to remove them? Or is this going to be the responsibility of development companies going forward?
Thank you, Councillor Wood. Would you like it? Yep. Okay. Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much, Councillor Andrew Wood, for prior notice of the question. The Harbour Master continues to monitor the situation regarding abandoned and wrecked boats within the Port of Sunderland's jurisdiction, but does not currently regard these as a danger or hazard to navigation, nor are they likely to become so. Although statutory powers to remove wrecks exist, these are permissive and do not impose a legal duty to act. To comply with statutory requirements and be able to seek recovery of costs from owners where they can be identified, the Port Authority must form the view that a vessel is an obstruction or danger to navigation or to lifeboats, or be likely to become so. This is not currently the case. Accordingly, the Port Authority has no plans in place to remove abandoned vessels. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. The next question is Councillor Susan Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, can the Cabinet Member for Children's Education and Skills provide an update on the opening of the new through school for children with autism? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Councillor Louise Farthing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am delighted to inform members that the Harry Watts Academy for Children with Autism is already open and operating. This council took the decision early on during the recent lockdown that, given the huge demands from local school children for specialist autism places, that we were not going to risk the opening date of the Harry Watts Academy being delayed on account of COVID-19. And I wish to really pay tribute to the officers in the People Directorate that have taken this initiative and moved it forward. It's a remarkable piece of work. So to make sure there was a guaranteed school place available for those children who need one from this September, we quickly developed a programme to create a temporary school at the vacant former Harrowton Primary School site in Washington, which was recently given back to the council by Biddick Academy. In just over 4 months, we were able to completely refurbish the buildings and get all permissions needed to open at the temporary site. There are now nearly 30 children already happily attending the school, with another 10 to start before Christmas, and they will be able to continue to attend the Harrowton site until the main Harry Watts Academy site in North Sunderland is ready in 2021. The council is now working with the Department for Education and the Harry Watts Academy to develop a strategy that will make the Harrowton School site another permanent ASD school site for the city. This will provide at least an extra 50 specialist autism places for Sunderland, over and above the 96 places that will be available at the main Harry Watts Academy site, which we think will be of huge benefit to the children and their families across the whole city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
The next question is Councillor Peterwood. Councillor Farthing, will you turn your camera off, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Does the Leader of the Council welcome the UK-Japan post-Brexit trade deal worth £15.2 billion, which secures Nissan's future in Sunderland by reducing tariffs on parts, gives more certainty to future operations, and streamlines regulatory procedures?
Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I'd like to thank Councillor Peter Wood for prior notice of his question. Uncertainty in relation to the UK's trading position in a post-Brexit economy has been a concern for many of the city's businesses for some time, both overseas investors and companies which trade internationally. Given the significance of Japanese investment for the city's economy and the wider regional and UK economy, agreement of the UK-Japan Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, which was announced on the 11th of September 2020, is to be welcomed and an important step in reducing uncertainty. Investment by multinational companies with global supply chains is, however, generally based on a wide range of factors, ensuring the UK remains a highly competitive location for global investment and for trade with partners in the EU and internationally will be vital to Sunderland in maximising economic recovery for us post-COVID. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Members, we've now reached our 30 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, can I extend a can I propose a motion to extend question time, please?
Do we have a seconder for that?
Niall Hodgson, Mayor of Sunderland, I'll be happy to second.
Okay, thank you. Is that agreed?
No.
Nope.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Agreed.
Yes.
No.
Agreed.
No.
Yeah.
Right, can we
No.
just give me a
No.
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 Agree.
no.
Go to vote, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Farthing, will you turn your mic off, your camera off, please? Before we proceed. I think we need to proceed to a vote for this then. Can that be arranged?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if members could please, where possible, use the electronic voting procedure and log on to vote on vote 1, please.
Okay, could we do that, please?
Can't.
Could members please stop voting now, and we'll take the provisional vote result, and then anyone who hasn't been able to vote can give their vote verbally. So could the officer read out the provisional votes, please?
Mr. Mayor, we've received 39 responses and there are 16 votes for, 23 votes against and no abstentions.
Thank you. Could any member who hasn't been able to vote please indicate, and we'll take your vote verbally.
Hello, it's Bob Francis.
First of all, Councillor Francis, could you give your vote, please?
Yes, I would happily support the extension.
Thank you. I can see Councillor Diane Snowden indicating. Could you give your vote, please?
Where does everybody?
Councillor Diane Snowden, can you hear me?
Sorry, Elaine, my mic wouldn't turn on. Against.
Against, thank you. Councillor Deborah Waller.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Fiona Miller.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Len Loughlin.
That's against. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Dixon.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Henry Truman.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Martin Haswell.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Dixon. Sorry, have we already taken your vote, Councillor Dixon?
Yes, you can take it again if you like.
Could you lower your hand, please? I think, and Councillor Henry Truman, if you could
Oh,
lower
yeah.
your hand as well, please.
Will do.
Are there any other members who have not been able to vote yet?
Yes,
Councillor
Elaine.
Michael
Elizabeth Gibson.
Councillor Thornton.
Councillor Michael Ethel.
Okay.
Councillor Peter Walker.
Councillor Davison.
If we could
Councillor
take
Johnson.
Could we take Councillor Turner's vote, please?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Haswell.
He's already voted.
Oh, could you lower your hand, please, Councillor Haswell?
Oh, apologies.
Councillor Peter Walker.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Essel.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Elizabeth Gibson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Davison.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Truman, I think you've still got your hand up. Councillor Henry Truman. And if Councillor Davison and Councillor Betty Gibson could lower their hands, please. Can I check, are there any other members who have not been able to vote yet?
Councillor Johnston.
Councillor Johnston, could I have your vote, please?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Thornton.
Against.
Thank you. Are there any other members who have not voted yet,
Elaine.
please?
Elaine, it's Councillor Henry Truman. I
Hello.
think you're mixing us up with Dorothy. I voted me hands down, but Dorothy hasn't voted yet.
It's coming up as your name, Councillor Truman. But if Councillor Dorothy Truman hasn't voted, could she give her vote, please?
Dorothy.
Against.
Thank you. Have all members voted now? Nobody.
Elaine, it's Councillor Haswell. George Smith's computer's kicked him out entirely, but he can't
Right.
re-access the meeting.
Okay, thank you for notifying us. If the officer could now give the updated totals for the vote, please.
Mr. Mayor, there has been 19 votes for and 36 votes against, with no abstentions.
Thank you. Therefore, Mr. Mayor, the motion to extend is defeated.
Thank you, Elaine. We now move on to item 12, motions on notice. Before we deal with motions before council, members will be aware in light of current circumstances, arrangements will be made for notice of motions to be given electronically, as we've just seen. We are made for notice of motions to be given electronically and to be emailed to Chief Executive rather than signed and delivered in person. Leader, would you like to move suspension of the relevant standing orders with regard to this?
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. I would like to move suspension of Standing Order 11.1 and 13.1 so far as they require the signing and delivering of a notice of motion to be carried out in person.
Thank you, Leader. Deputy Leader, do you second the motion?
Second the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Does the council agree with suspension of the relevant standing orders?
Agreed.
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 Agreed. Agreed.
Agreed.
Agree.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to the first one. Thank you to our key workers. I call upon the leader of the council to read and move the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This council recognises the outstanding effort made in recent months to support vulnerable members of our community during the COVID-19 pandemic. Though the pandemic continues and there remains a need to be vigilant, following social distancing rules and wearing masks to limit the spread of the virus, we believe it is appropriate now to pay tribute to those key workers who supported us at time of need during this pandemic, whether it be NHS staff through to bus drivers, care staff to shop workers, or our teachers and teaching assistants, through to those delivering our post, and of course, not forgetting the many hundreds of local volunteers and the many council staff who stepped up when needed by our community. This council expresses its gratitude and thanks to you all that your endeavours during this crisis have reminded us of the kindness that is at the heart of the human spirit. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Deputy Leader, do you wish to second the motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, very pleased to second the motion.
Leader, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. At the start of the coronavirus in March of this year, our biggest concern was how we could look after the most vulnerable in our city and how we would ensure they had access to food and essential supplies and that they weren't left without vital support. So we asked the people of Sunderland who could help. Incredibly, almost 1,000 signed straight up for those formal volunteering roles, with many more undertaking unseen informal volunteering within their communities, being a vital lifeline to friends, family and neighbours day in and day out. This motion recognises the positive impact every one of these volunteers has had in helping ensure that shopping and pharmacy supplies were delivered, dogs were walked, and regular checks and friendly calls were made to those at risk of isolation during the lockdown period. I am extremely proud of the Community Hub's effort that was mounted so very quickly in our city and was absolutely second to none in supporting those who needed to shield. A whole range of the council's teams working alongside the GP Alliance, Sunderland Care and Support, Together for Children, Sunderland's Clinical Commissioning Group, Gen 2, Northumbria Police, and our pharmacy and food bank networks did an absolutely outstanding job to support 1,322 residents of this city, with the help of 963 volunteers that I've just mentioned. Volunteers were coordinated through the council's volunteer platform, and the council introduced a local support scheme to offer funding to those organisations who were unable to access support through national arrangements. 41 voluntary and community sector groups right across the city worked tirelessly to support communities more widely, helping distribute some 11,379 activity packs for children and young people and 1,901 activity packs for older people, offering befriending services, running food banks, doing people's shopping, and the list just goes on and on. The effort was remarkable. And now, following yesterday's announcement by the Prime Minister, we must ask for this vital help once again from all our wonderful volunteers and our voluntary organisations across the city. So this message to our key workers is pertinent and relevant to the moment. We are in a different situation, of course, and are not going to be in full lockdown as we were previously. So many of our volunteer army may well be back at work. I know, however, that all those who stepped up before will do whatever they can, whenever they can. And a whole range of others will step in to help over these next few months. Mr. Mayor, I am beyond proud of and eternally grateful to everyone involved in this remarkable ongoing City of Sunderland effort that undermines the strength of the human spirit and captures the very essence of community. And I look forward to seeing the whole council support this notice of motion and thank our key workers. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Deputy Leader, do you wish to speak now?
I think he might be on mute. Is he on? Councillor Stewart, I think you might be on mute.
I'll start again. Right, if you bear with me, Mr. Mayor. We would appear to have lost.
I'll give you a little while to try and get sorted.
That's it. Yeah. Sorry, yes, Mr. Mayor. In addition to the army of volunteers mentioned by the leader, this motion puts on record our eternal thanks for the contribution of council employees in responding to the crisis. Each and every council employee continues to play their part in enabling us to respond as best we possibly can to this ongoing and unprecedented emergency, and importantly, to aid the city's successful recovery. During lockdown, our business, investment and finance teams worked tirelessly to support the business community. Up to the minute advice, guidance and support was continuously provided, and I'm grateful for all those recipients who took the time to thank and praise our hard-working and dedicated staff. It clearly meant a lot to them to hear that they were making a real difference, Mr. Mayor. The team paid out approximately £44 million in government grants to almost 4,000 businesses. We knew this money was absolutely vital to businesses and employers finding themselves in the most challenging and desperate of circumstances, and the team quite literally worked round the clock to get the grants paid out. In addition to introducing and swiftly mobilising new services such as this, every effort was made to keep whatever services we could as normal as possible, and the environmental services team continued to collect approximately 140,000 wheeled bins each week. Again, this was done in very challenging circumstances for the crews who, at personal risk to themselves, were determined to keep the city and its neighbourhoods clean and tidy. Getting our children's education back on course is a major priority for us as well. And again, the Together for Children team worked tirelessly alongside schools to keep them open for our vulnerable pupils and children of key workers, and also to ensure young people could access learning, including coordinating the provision of over 1,000 laptops and 150 dongles to vulnerable pupils. The issuing of a further 300 laptops will be coordinated with schools this week. All of the council's care teams, alongside those working for our providers right across the city, have been nothing short of heroic, Mr. Mayor, in very challenging circumstances for them personally, looking after and safeguarding some of our most vulnerable residents, both children and adults. Our teams have risen to the incredible challenge of meeting increased demand by being innovative in working in different ways focused, and above all else, completely and utterly, Mr. Mayor, dedicated to those people in our communities who needed their help and support. The public health team have done a simply fantastic job, supported by the communication colleagues, again working round the clock to advise, inform and guide the city's people through this uncharted territory. And whilst all the aforementioned teams and many more have been at the front line, many other teams have provided that vital behind the scenes support, including the ICT, who rolled out at an incredible pace the equipment and systems needed for people to work at home, and indeed, Mr. Mayor, for even during these times, for democracy to continue in meetings such as this to be able to take place. There are far too many teams and outstanding examples of dedication to mention individually, but each and every one is held by me in the highest regard, including the 570 colleagues who, finding they were unable to do their usual jobs due to lockdown restrictions, readily stepped up to the mark and were redeployed into critical adult social care roles. So thank you to them. So again, eternal thanks go on record to the Council's dedicated, innovative, heroic workforce. The volunteers and voluntary organisations have captured the essence of community spirit, while the Council's employees the essence of what is important in public service. I also want to put on record my admiration for the many other organisations in Sunderland giving their all individually, and to the vital collaborative effort across the city. Here we have witnessed the essence of true partnership. And to each and every key worker in Sunderland, whether it's our NHS colleagues and care workers, the public transport and delivery drivers, those working in supermarkets and shops selling essential supplies, the teachers, assistants, cleaners who kept our schools open for key workers and vulnerable pupils, and so many more who, despite personal risk, turned up every day to serve and support others. And indeed, Mr. Mayor, we need to remember with deepest respect and gratitude our friends, our colleagues, family members and neighbours who, in undertaking these vital roles, sadly have sacrificed their lives. Can I thank each and every person who has played a part in the fight against COVID-19 and continues to do so as we see a second wave emerging, and for the reintroduction of restrictions that are going on to be very tough for everyone. As the leader said, this resilience, togetherness and community spirit is the essence of Sunderland. I am so proud of every single one of them, and I would urge everyone to support this motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Leader. Does anybody else wish to speak to this motion?
Mr. Mayor, I can see Councillor Davison is indicating.
Is anybody else?
No, I'm not. No.
Oh.
This is
Councillor
Councillor
Thornton, I have
Davidson.
my hand
I'm not
raised.
requesting to speak.
Councillor
Sorry.
Butler also, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Checker.
Sorry, could I
Councillor
just...
Thornton. Councillor Williams.
Councillor Farthing.
Councillor McDonough.
Mr. Mayor, I'll read the list of names that I've noted, and perhaps if I've missed anyone, if the members could indicate accordingly. The names that I've noted are Councillors Butler, Checker, Thornton, McDonough, Mordy, Farthing and Atkinson. Are there any members that I've missed from that list?
Williams.
Councillor Williams.
Thanks, Elaine. I have my hand up as well. It's Niall Hodson.
Councillor Hodson.
Okay, can we just work?
Yeah.
Can we just work through the list and I'll come back and make sure that everybody's had a chance to speak who wanted to. Can we start off with Councillor Williams?
Right. Wow. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I expected being last. I realise there's a lot of people wanting to speak tonight, so I will just catch briefly, but, you know, absolutely go with what the leader and the deputy leader have said. I'm absolutely astounded and so proud of people who have stood up and given so much of themselves. But here's a few that I'm aware of from my own activities. We've had a group of ladies within the area, and they must have made thousands of masks between them, which they have given away to people. They've had packed up. They've gone to hospitals, to care homes, everything else. There's been a similar group of ladies again making scrubs to go out there. That's been quite a whole system to coordinate, but it's been very, very well done. Then we look at what else has happened across, and this is where I'm looking at Washington. We have had Mickey's Place, which is a food bank plus, which operates out of St Michael's in Sulgrave. They did establish themselves as a food bank aligned to the Trussell Trust during COVID, which again is a huge ask to do at that point. They have been supported by a small number of volunteers. This is the Reverend Julie Wing and two of my colleagues who you will all know, Councillor Jill Fletcher and Councillor Fiona Miller, have been supporting and working directly. Part of the work of Mickey's Place has been about giving out food parcels, but it's also been about cooking. And there have been meals provided 3 days a week, a whole range of things that, you know, sometimes when I've looked at the menu, I thought, well, I've never tried that, would be quite nice. So it's been that whole offer of feeding families a warm meal to be able to take home, microwave, eat as and when. And again, there's long-term plans to keep that going. It's been about being able to have people there to offer advice, because if you're in the situation to need a food bank, it isn't just because you've run out of money. It probably is a long-term issue that needs managing, and the support and help there has been amazing. Then I look at somewhere like the Bombay Barn, which is actually an Indian restaurant, and I think they must have provided pizzas for half of the community about. There are so many groups I've spoken to, some schools, brownies, Cubs, football teams who have had these pizzas delivered as a kit to actually make up at home. Again, a valuable experience in learning how to cook, which is one of the things I've noticed during this pandemic. The amount of people who actually can't cook I find amazing. Sadly, alongside that are people who can't afford an oven and can't afford a microwave, which does bring us to another aspect of how we move forward to get this right. Our environmental services, as normal, have been absolutely wonderful. Fly tipping has been really jumping up. It seems as if some people thought, oh, there's no one to watch. I'll go out and get rid of all of my rubbish, which wasn't helpful. They've been out there dealing with goodness only knows what. You don't know what's in fly tipping. Our guys have been out there and lifted it. There's already been a mention of the bin men. Very difficult job to do. There hasn't been any missed shifts from that. So again, absolutely well done to them. And just finally, NHS, GPs, different ways of working. I did have an infected toe, sounds awful, but rather than go to the surgery, I was asked to send photographs of it in. Telephone call later on that day saying, yes, I agree, you need antibiotics. What an absolutely strange way to do business, but very useful in the pandemic that we find ourselves in. So I would like to say a major, major thank you to everybody who has supported other people in whatever they've done. I think we've all done our part, and some people have absolutely gone over and above, and it just heartens you to think that people are out there who are happy to support others. Makes me feel so proud being a citizen of Sunderland, and thank you very much to every one of you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Would you like to switch your... Yeah, thanks. The next name I've got is Councillor McDonough.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, thank you very much. And in times of national emergency, we as a nation, we've always stepped forward and we've always done our duty. And this current crisis is certainly no exception. When COVID-19 kicked off, people were scared, uncertain of what the future would hold. And the Prime Minister was very frank in those early days. He told us that the days ahead would be difficult, that people would get ill and that people would sadly die. And that was a very, very stressful and upsetting time for many people. In Sunderland, we've seen firsthand the effect of this. Some of us have lost friends and relatives to COVID, and that's something that's made the crisis very real indeed to us. Behind this crisis, however, we've seen a shining light in this city and beyond. All the tragic stories, we've seen many stories of hope, some of which we've just heard there. Our key workers have stepped up in this time of crisis, and they've kept this country going, quite frankly, often against all odds. They've cared for us, they've fed us, they've transported us, and generally made sure that we could all continue to live our lives and get some sort of normality going. On a personal level, I've continued to work through COVID, and my charity has been helping those who are at risk of taking their own life through this crisis. As you can imagine, we've seen a huge increase in people needing our support as the mental toll of lockdown has taken hold. And that's something that I think we really need to remember. People out there are really struggling mentally through this. They're often cut off from friends, families, loved ones, support networks. And it's important that we do remember that there is still support out there throughout all of this. We've seen the volunteers in our communities coming forward to support the most vulnerable. And when this crisis developed, I know in my ward, I put out a call for volunteers, and the response was absolutely incredible. Within days, we had a network of volunteers set up delivering food parcels, picking up prescriptions, and even just being there to listen to people who may have been completely cut off from family or friends. We simply don't know what the coming weeks and months are going to bring, but it should all fill us with confidence that we have key workers and members of our community who are willing to go that extra mile in times of crisis. I'm very, very happy to support this motion and put on record my own personal thanks to all those who have done their duty and cared for all of us. Through lockdown, unfortunately, I've ended up in hospital twice, once for an operation and once this weekend when I fell over and broke a rib. It was on Hendon Beach. I'm not blaming Councillor Mordy for it at all. But finally, we just need to remember that we are a caring city. And despite what some may say, our community spirit is very much alive and well in our city. And I'm confident that it will see us through this very challenging time, and will see us through whatever we have coming up over the coming months.
Thank you, Councillor McDonough. The next name is Councillor Butler.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I would just like to put on record my sincere gratitude to all key workers, including the NHS staff, of course, but particularly those in the lower paid roles, including the home carers and those working in our care homes, looking after some of the most vulnerable residents of our city. And I think what we must remember is that these carers, they've lost residents. The lives that have been affected across Sunderland is extraordinary, and it's really, really sad. And of course, many of these workers also run the risk of contracting the illness and potentially passing it on to their children and relatives as well. Additionally to that, Mr. Mayor, I would like to give gratitude to all those in the armed forces who have been mobilised, including the reservists, nationally and across this city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. If you'd like to, yeah, okay. Councillor Farthing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think for all of us, this is a once in a lifetime experience. I mean, I'm probably one of the older members of council, and I can never remember anything at all like this. But what it has shown us is the fantastic neighbourhoods we live in Sunderland. I think we really have shown what it is to be a people place, and Sunderland has come out tops with that. Everyone's been there trying to help, and it's been magnificent. I'd also like to pay tribute to the officers of the council, who have shown a fantastic amount of agility to switching from sort of office-based work to online work. It's no easy task. And I know that some of the equipment that they had originally was not fit for purpose. And I can remember going in lockdown to get my new laptop from Moor Hill, and I mean, it was amazing the number of laptops that were in there that had been sort of obviously taken back from staff to be redistributed. And I can say honestly that without this laptop, I would not have been able to have taken part in some of the council meetings, you know, because it would have been impossible. I know that some colleagues are still struggling. However, I'd like now to sort of turn to some of the highlights from my portfolio. The sort of most crucial aspect of it is obviously the care of vulnerable children, and TFC, in order to sort of deal with the crisis, swiftly rag rated all of the children on their sort of cared for books. So they ensured that those that were most vulnerable and at the highest risk continued to be visited, and staff had to use PPE to do that. And it was a sort of amazing feat that they did this, and they continue to do it, so that we've had full face-to-face working since the beginning of July, which I think is commendable. And certainly I was hearing from other officers this week that Sunderland has actually been at the forefront of agile working. Very few authorities have been able to do the sort of work with families that we have in Sunderland in the way that we do it. We've continued to do child protection meetings. Other areas are doing it still by telephone conferencing, whereas at Sunderland we've been able to equip some families so that they can actually do online meetings and even some face-to-face meetings, which I think is a remarkable thing that we've been able to achieve in Sunderland. I'd also like to sort of share with council one anecdote which I think shows the commitment of staff. We had a mother who wished to breastfeed, but unfortunately she was isolated from her baby. Her baby was with different carers, and a social worker on a daily basis transferred that mother's breast milk to the cared for setting. Now that was a remarkable situation that continued throughout the most worst parts of lockdown, and I can report to council that mother and the baby are now reunited. Councillors have already mentioned schools which have operated across Sunderland throughout lockdown. 100% of our schools were open, and it's been an extremely pressured time for head teachers and teachers. Some have suggested that it's been easy and that teachers didn't play their part. Well, I can assure council that they have. I know that one head teacher has only had 2 days off. That was over the Easter break, and that the school numbers actually increased after the Easter break. We had more children attending. It's been a fantastic effort because teachers have had to keep in touch with their pupils, weekly welfare calls, sometimes more frequently to those more vulnerable pupils. It's been a tremendous effort across the city from our schools. Another thing that's happened as well is that TSC have supported children across the city with activity packs. There's been high numbers of these, several thousand have been distributed, and that activity has actually been mentioned in a national publication on the government website, which I will share with councillors tomorrow, so that we can sort of see that Sunderland's activities has got sort of national recognition. And the packs actually contain lots of things that help children sort of move about. The things which I had as a child, which I used to love, some of you may recognise it when I describe it, a sort of cone that has a switch so that you can throw a ping pong ball up in the air and catch it. Well, I used to play with one of those, and it certainly kept me active as a youngster, and I'm sure it has lots of children across Sunderland. Councillor Williams has sort of mentioned sort of local voluntary activities, and certainly I would like to pay respect to an organisation that was just started by a group on Facebook in Washington called Leave a Tin, which means that those of us who managed to get sort of online deliveries could actually contribute to the food banks in Washington, and that has continued throughout the lockdown, and there will be a further collection this weekend for that, which will sort of support the food banks that Councillor Williams mentioned in Washington. And the other section of council I'd like to sort of draw your attention to is property services, because they continued to work throughout lockdown so that we ensured that we had our new home lodge open in St Anne's Ward, and that will be opening and taking children in October. And I've also mentioned the changes to Harrington School to allow the Harry Watts to open this September. They're fantastic achievements during a time when most people were not at work and were social isolating. So I think I should sort of record that sort of pleasure that it was that I could sort of see that dedication to work that those people did to ensure that those projects came online. And I think all of us must have used online services far more during lockdown than ever before. I certainly have, and I'd like to pay tribute both to my postman, but also to all of the delivery people that have delivered stuff to my home, from rat poison to hand gel. I mean, everything I had to get online. It was a fantastic experience to have all of these delivery people sort of coming and leaving the stuff, knocking on the door and leaving it, and then I could sort of collect it, socially isolated. So it's been quite remarkable. So I know that everybody will want to pay tribute to the NHS, which it's undoubted that their sort of dedication to us all has been amazing. So thank you for this opportunity to sort of say thank you to all of those public servants that have made life better for all of us, but particularly for the most vulnerable. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Farley. And the next name I have is Councillor Mordy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I've never been prouder to be from Hendon than I have been these last few months. We have seen the best of our community come together to fight the coronavirus. I want to say a sincere and heartfelt thank you to all the amazing key workers, NHS staff and council workers from across Hendon, the East End and Grangetown, and indeed the whole of Sunderland, who are doing so much to keep the city going and the country through the pandemic. You all are truly inspirational and deserve all of our appreciation. Mr. Mayor, I would also like to pay tribute to and thank the staff, pupils and parents at the 3 primary schools in the Hendon ward, Grangetown, Valley Road, but in particular Hudson Road, where I have the honour to serve as Vice Chair of Governors. I know how hard Cathy Westgate, the head teacher, and her whole staff team have worked to ensure that the school continue to provide a first-class education to its pupils. In a ward where roughly 50% of the children live in poverty, it's vital that our young people get the best education they can, and all 3 schools have been outstanding. Mr. Mayor, my deepest sympathies go to everyone who has lost a loved one to the virus. I know people personally who have been bereaved by the virus. It's a horrible disease that has taken too many loved ones too soon. Mr. Mayor, the brilliant local voluntary sector in Hendon Ward continue to do fantastic work. They've looked after some of the most vulnerable members of our community. I would like to say a thank you to everyone who has helped and continues to help, particularly the staff and volunteers from Back on the Map, Fiscus, the Bangladeshi Centre, the Community Soup Kitchen and Young Asian Voices for everything they've done and continue to do for people across our area. There is one team in particular who deserve a special mention though, Mr. Mayor, the brilliant team at Chance Charity and We Are Fishing. Julie Maven, Christine Stephen, Darren Jerdison and Jeff Moon, you have all been and continue to do amazing work supporting our area and continue to go above and beyond every single day. It was a pleasure to volunteer on a Friday with Councillor Linda Scanlon. It truly was the highlight of our week. On behalf of everyone you've helped and continue to support, thank you. And finally, Mr. Mayor, I would like to state to everyone that has helped in any way, however big or small, even if it was for one day or if it's been for months, thank you for everything you have done and continue to do. We have some uncertain times ahead, but I know that we will continue to come together to support one another as we have done since March. I'm proud, Mr Mayor, to support this notice of motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Modi. The next one is Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you, Mayor Sunderland. I'll be brief. On behalf of my group, I'd like to put on record our appreciation of the work undertaken throughout this pandemic and to the present day and going on by council officers, NHS staff, local businesses and voluntary and community sector organisations. I just wanted to say we'd like to support the motion, and I'll withdraw our following motion, which expresses similar sentiments. Thank you, Mayor Sunderland.
Okay, Councillor Hodgson. Yeah, okay. I've got 3 names left. Councillor Atkinson, Rebecca Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I don't intend to speak too long, although obviously my thanks could probably last days for our key workers. Tonight I would like to extend my thanks and also that of Councillor Johnson's to our housing team here at Sunderland Council, who are a crucial team in our portfolio. During the COVID crisis, our housing team were issued with the order of everyone in, a phrase probably to many that meant little, and it simply rolled off the tongue. But to our housing team, it presented a logistical mountain to climb. But as ever, the team dealt with this in their professional and brilliant way. They ensured that those who were our most vulnerable, who needed our support, care and guidance, and who needed it the most at this critical time, were met with help, support and kindness. Those in our housing team are probably a forgotten key worker, working against COVID at the coalface. But tonight we need to celebrate and applaud their work. The housing team are a testament to the can-do and caring attitude we saw displayed by so many during COVID. Our key workers show time and time again they are the very best of us, the backbone of the UK and often the forgotten heroes. Our future at the minute is unknown, but we know it is a brighter, safer place with our fantastic key workers as part of it. We must not allow things to return to how they were, with jobs of public service often thought to be lower or of less meaning. COVID has taught us that everyone has an importance and a critical role to play. So once again, to place on record our huge thank you to our housing team, who work long nights, early mornings and weekends, who were always just a phone call away and met every task we asked of them and our city asked of them in order to protect the most vulnerable. We're so proud of the wonderful team in our portfolio. Our words seem so little, but we hope our thanks goes some way to show our appreciation. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson. The next name is Councillor Checker, Kelly Checker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. 6 months ago today, the government announced the UK would go into a national lockdown to control the spread of COVID-19. A lot has changed in the last 6 months for all of us. As a result of COVID-19, some of us are having to live without loved ones. Some people, like those of us that work in the NHS, as I do as a mental health nurse, have lost much respected colleagues and friends. This pandemic has touched us all, affecting the way we live, the way we work, and the value that we place on simple things like hugging a friend. Sadly, we've seen existing inequalities exposed and exacerbated for people using and working in health and social care services, which has led to much soul searching for many of us. So I just wanted to take a moment to pause and reflect with all of you and to thank my colleagues and friends in the NHS and social care for everything that you've done. We've all learned so much, tackled things we wouldn't have dreamed of before the pandemic, and proved how strong we can be in the face of adversity. I would like us to recognise and pay respect to the nurses who've sadly lost their lives during this period. Their loss humbles us all. In my role in the NHS and my position here in the council, I'm in the privileged position of hearing amazing stories of how key workers have changed lives. Those stories have always been there, but there's been much more than ever in the last 6 months. Despite how difficult the circumstances have been, and I cannot underestimate how difficult those circumstances were. Sadly, this government left them without protective equipment, failed to provide the promised testing, and discharging patients carrying the virus from hospitals into care homes. After all this sacrifice and hardship, we can't go back to business as usual, where the very same people who've risen to this challenge for us all continue to be underpaid and undervalued. Key workers, wherever you work, you have a special place in the hearts of people that we're here to serve, and never more so than now. I want to make sure that every single person who is going above and beyond during these extraordinary times knows how much we value and appreciate their work. We can't be sure of exactly what the next 6 months will bring, but I know you'll meet the challenges you've always done with courage and compassion. And whatever next, we in this council will do all we can to support you and your colleagues so you can continue your vital role providing safe, effective and kind care and support that the public need. To all key workers, please accept my heartfelt thanks and best wishes, and I wholeheartedly support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Checker. Councillor Melanie Thornton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to take the opportunity to thank volunteers across the city, and in particular in the local coalfields area, for their unwavering support during the pandemic. I was able to witness this dedication of volunteers at Hetton Loaves and Fishes Food Bank and Easington Lane Community Access Point, and how they demonstrated their love and care for the most vulnerable in our community. I would personally like to thank Hilary Avent, who has worked tirelessly coordinating Hetton Food Bank and all of the volunteers there. The VCS network have recently recognised those sincere efforts by awarding Sean Newton of LCAP at Easington Lane with the Open Awards Award for 2020, as he has been recognised as consistently working to improve the lot of those in need in the coalfields community. Well done, Sean. Though I'm sure, knowing Sean, he would agree with me that it's very much a team effort, and congratulate the fantastic team he has working alongside him. They continue with that work every day, giving their time freely with kindness to benefit others in our area. Thank you so much for your continued hard work and support. I wholeheartedly support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thornton. Is anybody else want to speak to the motion?
Through you, Chair Michael Dixon. I was going to speak on motion 2, and I wondered if you could just squeeze me in for a couple of minutes.
Yes, that would be fine, Councillor Dixon.
Thank you very much. Well, I'd like to go down the same road as Michael Modi, actually, and name a few people who've worked so hard during these last few months. I'm looking at it more as an area rather than a ward, except for one example. And I'd like to say a special thank you to all the VCS groups in the East area. The council have been working with 6 of them very closely: the Box Youth and Community Project, Back on the Map, Chance, as mentioned by Michael, Young Asian Voices, who I've worked with in the past, RIAP CA, and also the Blue Watch Youth Centre. And the work that they've done has been absolutely magnificent. I would also like to just pay a special tribute to Councillor Paula Hunt, who works with RIAP CA, and I'm sure Paula will have been doing some absolutely fantastic work in RIAP, being the sort of person that she is. And I would like to pay tribute to Blue Watch Youth Centre, who in St Michael's Ward, there's Dennis, Steve and Susan there, have been doing some brilliant outreach work for some young people in the Hillview Grangetown area of the ward during the lockdown period, and young people obviously have needed a lot of help, and they're real heroes. That was part of the motion for number 2, which Niall has sort of withdrawn, but heroes is the right word for motion 1 too, and that also includes council officers. I know people are rather reluctant to name names, but I would pay special tribute to Nicole McConnell, who's been absolutely fantastic in the work that she's done coordinating the VCS groups and also bringing on board so many volunteers, many of whom that we've actually kept for the future, and it looks as though they're going to be needed. Niall's motion didn't actually include volunteers, So I'm pleased to be able to sort of just move on to that now. And I really would like to thank all the volunteers who work so hard, just come out of nowhere really to assist members of the public who wanted to make a difference, wanted to help. I had a lady in St Michael's Ward who set up a residents group in a street where there was about 100 residents, and she was there to help them whenever they were needed. And I'm sure there's plenty more examples like that. I don't want to get party political, although there has been examples of it in the last hour or two. But I would like to pay tribute to some of my Conservative colleagues in the city, and I'm sure there'll be others in your own different parties who've done the same. But a lot of the Conservative candidates, councillors and members, mainly young, not exclusively so, but many of them very young, relatively speaking, 20s and 30s, have been working hard to organise hot meal deliveries all over the city, including to the veterans, that drew praise from the Veterans in Crisis organisation, delivering prescriptions and household items for those in the shielded category, and also raising funds for the Marie Curie organisation. And on the political front, showing consideration for others was more important than political differences, our Conservative candidate in Fulwell, Michael Hartnack, delivered groceries to his Liberal counterpart in Fulwell, who was self-isolating. So we have a nice bit of cross-party friendship there. And I'm sure councillors have already provided other examples. One omission, which I think Mr. Mayor will join me with, is reference to charities. He and I are both members of the Sunderland Orphanage and Educational Foundation, and I'm also a trustee on George Hudson's charity. We have an administrator there who works tirelessly to help the many people who have suffered from heartbreaking stories of grievances and loss. And she does a magnificent job, and I'm sure there will be many, many other charities in the city who are the same. And I'd like to pay tribute to her and to them. And just basically to conclude, Kate Adey, a recipient of the Freedom of City Award in Sunderland, wrote a book published in 2002 called The Kindness of Strangers. And I think that's quite appropriate in the current times in which we live, with the kindness shown by the various categories which I've outlined, and we've all outlined, the groups, the individuals, the organisations, mainly to people that they hardly knew, who badly needed help and support. Nothing was expected in return, no fuss, no fanfare, just really good people trying to do their best to help. As individual councillors, it's our privilege today to express our appreciation to all those who have worked so hard in our city over the past few months. We may know and work with some, and many we will never meet. But either way, the message tonight is to ensure each and every person is made aware that their kindness and consideration for others is much appreciated and greatly admired, I trust, by every elected member of this council. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Very kind of you to fit me in.
Thank you, Councillor Dixon. Councillor Pamela Mann, I believe you have your hand up. Did you want to speak on this? Councillor Dixon, will you turn your camera?
Trying, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Mann? Would you just drop her a message and see whether...
Move the vote.
Okay,
Can you hear me?
Speak, or did you just wish to move the vote?
Can you hear me?
Right. Can you just hang on? Are you moving the vote?
No, Mr.
Right.
Mayor,
May I speak?
he did indicate Pam could speak.
I'm just asking whether
Thank you.
Would you like to proceed, Councillor Mann?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I would like to support this motion on behalf of my party, my group, and I thank all of the foregoing councillors for their many accolades towards the NHS and services within Sunderland City Council. I would like to extend our thanks as a party to all members, all officers, and every single person who has made an effort during this terrible time. We must not forget the unsung heroes of our city, which are the electorate. And all of those people have gone neighbour to neighbour, friend to friend, person to person, and helped in any way that they can. And I extend my thanks to everyone. Thank you for indulging me. We support the motion.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Mann. Leader, do you wish to say anything at this point?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Very briefly, I'd like to thank Councillor Hodson for withdrawing the Liberal Democrats' perfectly sensible and fair notice of motion, understanding that our wording and the spirit of our wording was incredibly close to their notice of motion. And I do appreciate him saving full council a little bit of time by withdrawing his. So thank you, Niall. That's very much appreciated. And I had no doubt that council as a group and a collective would fully support our thanks to key workers, staff, and everything. So I'll just leave it there, Mr. Mayor. I don't believe there's any need to do politics on this item at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Can I just ask Council if they agree the motion, or is it necessary to put it to the vote?
Agreed.
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 Agreed. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Mute.
Okay,
There's
thank
that
you,
many
everyone. I
people, you
think
cannot
before we...
unmute.
Sorry?
Could Councillor
Before we move on, could I think we've been sitting here for nearly 2.5 hours, and I think it would be prudent if we had a comfort break. Could I have somebody to move and second, please?
A 10-minute break, Mr. Mayor.
I'll second that, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Agreed.
Right, okay.
Agreed.
No, okay. Thank you. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
Thank you. Welcome back, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. I noticed, Councillor O'Brien, you had your hand up.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, that was just to insist that Pam had her time. Sorry about
Right, no, okay, thanks for that. Now with the second notice of motion being withdrawn, we'll now move on to the next one, which is the subject of protecting the public's say in the planning process. I call upon Councillor Fagan to read and move the motion.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this council notes the publication by the government of
just hang on a second. If you just like to move the motion at the moment, just.
Oh yes, I'd like to move this motion. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll come back to you.
Sorry.
Councillor Crosby, would you like to second the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to second the motion and reserve the right to speak, please.
Thank you, Councillor Crosby. Councillor Fagan, would you like to continue, please? Speak to the motion.
Yeah. Thank you. This council notes the publication by government of the white paper Planning for the Future on the 6th of August, which sets out proposals on reforms to the planning process for the future, that the vast majority of the planning applications are given the go-ahead by local authority planning committees with permission granted to around 9 out of 10 applications, and that research by the Local Government Association has said that there are existing planning permissions for more than 1 million homes that have not yet been started. This council is concerned that the proposals seek to reduce or remove the right of residents to object to applications near them, grant automatic rights for developers to build on land identified as for growth, remove Section 106 payments for infrastructure and their replacement with a national levy. This council further notes the Royal Institute for British Architects called the proposals shameful and which will do almost nothing to guarantee delivery of affordable, well-designed and sustainable homes. RIBA also said that proposals could lead to the next generation of slum housing. The reforms are opposed by the all-party Local Government Association, currently led by the Conservative councillors. The council believes that existing planning procedures, proposals for automatic rights to build in growth areas and increased permitted development rights risk unregulated growth and unsustainable communities, and that the local communities must be in the driving seat on shaping the future of their communities, and local determination in the planning framework and planning applications plays an important part in this process. This council resolves to take part in the consultation and the planning proposals and to make representation against the proposals as outlined in this motion, and to write to and lobby all 3 of our members of parliament, urging them to oppose these proposals and to circulate their replies to members and to highlight its concerns over these proposals with the public and local residents.
Can you turn your camera off, please?
Sorry, yeah.
Right. Sorry. Councillor Fagan, would you like to make a speech? Because you've just read out the motion.
Yeah, that's fine, I have. So basically, these proposed reforms represent a very worrying development for Sunderland and its residents. The planning would be automatically secured for areas categorised for growth. The council's core strategy and development plan has various areas of the city, mainly within the south, identified as growth areas, and are aiming to increase housing numbers by more than 10,000 over the next 15 years. The thought that this housing could plough ahead without any consultation of local residents is very concerning indeed. As we are all aware, there continues to be demand for affordable housing across the city. The Strategic Housing Market Assessment identifies a shortfall of affordable housing, both for rent and home ownership over the next 5 years in our city. However, architects commenting on these planning reforms express concern that the changes to planning regulations would not lead to a more affordable homes, which is desperately needed in our area. In addition, these changes would allow developers to convert commercial and retail buildings into housing without making a full plan application, which may lead and has done, which could lead to low quality housing in unsuitable locations. The reforms have also suggested scrapping Section 106 agreements. These agreements between developers and councils are often one of the only ways councils get social homes built. The government need to put in a guaranteed alternative before denying the council this money and replacing it with a poor performing flat levy. The new proposals is diluting democracy and silencing residents. Therefore, I urge this council to support this motion and ask that our local MPs also support us in imposing these reforms. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fagan. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion?
Mr. Mayor, I can see Councillor Crosby's hand up. Councillor Crosby seconded the motion, so she will be brought in later. I can't see anyone else with the raised hand facility on my. I think my computer's obviously not showing the raised hand facility properly.
Yeah, there's loads, Mr. Mayor. There's lots of raised hands, including myself.
Right.
Mr. Mayor, I wonder if one of the governance officers could read out the raised hands in those circumstances, please. Councillor Atkinson, Councillor Doyle, Councillor Johnston, Councillor Ty, Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Hodson, and Councillor O'Brien. So, Mr. Mayor, the names that we have so far are Councillors Atkinson, Doyle, Johnston, Ty, Armstrong, Hodson, O'Brien, Councillor Crosby, and then Councillor Fagan would have the right of reply. Could I ask if there are any members whose name hasn't been read out?
Councillor Buick.
Councillor Buick. Are there any other members who'd like to speak? I think that's the full list then. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. The first one I've got on the list is Councillor Hodson.
Thank you, Mayor Sunderland. I'll be very brief because there's so many people wanting to speak. The particular bit I just wanted to highlight was Section 106 agreements.
That happens afterwards.
Am I okay to speak, Mayor?
Yes, sorry.
Okay, yes, so I just want to raise the issue of Section 106 agreements. Heather has outlined very clearly in her in the motion some of the issues that are really significant about this. Obviously, the lack of democracy is one of our big concerns. But in terms of sort of exercising that democracy, Section 106 agreements are a great way for local residents to express what matters to them when new developments are being built, to protect green spaces, to ensure that new green spaces and parks are built. It's also a way that we can sort of allocate funding that's coming from developers to benefit our communities. What I'm worried about the government's proposal is it really is putting all the power in the hands of developers, and it's taking that power and that money directly from local communities, and that's something we shouldn't be supporting. So I hope that members across the chamber will back this motion. Thank you, Mayor Sunderland.
Thank you, Councillor Hodson. Councillor Rebecca Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can confirm that the Labour Group will be supporting this motion this evening. And before we go any further, I think as portfolio holder, it's only fair to outline the current position. So a series of national changes to the planning system have already been introduced by MHCLG, with more radical proposals, as Councillor Fagan's outlined, currently out of consultation. In relation to the national changes, I can advise that the following changes have been implemented already, and these have been positively embraced by the local planning authority. And these changes include, but are not limited to, extensions to unimplemented permissions for certain forms of development that would otherwise have lapsed during COVID, pavement licences for food and drink businesses, temporary regulations to supplement the existing statutory publicity arrangements for planning and related applications, and regulations to permit virtual planning committees. It's important to note that no relaxation was or has been given in respect of the determination timescales for planning and related applications as set out in the Development Management Procedure Order 2015. And as such, it remains vital that the local planning authority continue to determine applications in a timely manner. I think it's really important to highlight the work that our team has done over the COVID period and should be viewed separately to the more radical changes proposed. And I think it's really important to make that differentiation. In respect of the latter, the Council are currently pulling together a response to both the Planning for the Future white paper and the changes to the current planning system consultations. In relation to this, if any councillors wish to discuss the proposals further, then both myself and relevant council officers are more than happy to meet, discuss and advise. I do sincerely hope that the Lib Dems were not thinking by bringing this motion they were jolting us into action. It's clear and shown time and time again that our planning and policy departments at this council always work above and beyond. They're always ahead of the curve and they are exemplary in their work and standards. I do, however, agree though that these radical changes, which are nothing more than a race to the bottom, must be resisted. The radical changes are meant to provide a complete overhaul of the planning system and to provide more good quality, attractive and affordable homes, according to Housing Secretary Robert Jenrick. These proposals have the hallmarks of Dominic Cummings, disruption with minimum effort. This dystopian view would see the government tear up the national rule book that has been in place since the Second World War to ensure the best use of land and replacing it with 3 simple classifications. They've already been outlined, so I won't go into them again. But it's clear that Dominic Cummings, the PM unelect, and his self-proclaimed band of misfits and weirdos, who are now his policy advisors, have penned this proposed planning revolution and clearly don't understand the complexity of the system they are so keen to destroy. It is disruptive ideology, picking on an already weakened target for a hastily devised experiment on a national scale. It aims for beauty, quality and affordability, but it will likely unleash a race to the bottom with smaller, meaner, less affordable homes and nothing left in the way to stop them. The Prime Minister in his foreword to the Planning White Paper claimed, "Thanks to our planning system, we have nowhere near enough homes in the right places." And he said that the time had come to tear it down and start again. Yet there is precious little evidence that any of the new measures could lead to higher quality, more attractive or more affordable homes. Instead, the proposals look set to deliver the exact opposite. While the proposed changes are likely to appeal to developers, they've prompted stinging criticisms from housing charities, planning officers and architects who warned of a new generation of fast and substandard housing. The Town and Country Planning Association condemned the proposals as disruptive and rushed, saying 90% of planning applications are currently approved, but there are up to 1 million unbuilt permissions. Labour have called it a developer's charter that will set fire to important safeguards, and I can only agree. It seems to everyone but the Tory party that this is a step too far. This will be seen as a green light to Tory party donors to do as they wish. The precedent probably already set by Robert Jenrick when he insisted a planning decision for £1 billion of a property development should be rushed through so a Conservative donor company could reduce costs by 45 million. This appalling decision was probably our first taste of what is to come. What is more certain is that the reforms will effectively cut democratic input into the planning process by half. At present, there are 2 opportunities for accountability and oversight, one at the creation of a local plan and one at the final consent of a planning application. The reforms propose to move all democratic accountability to the plan making stage, set to be drawn up for each local area within 30 months. From now on, if you want to object to a new development, You'll have to be there to feed into the discussion several years before it was even proposed. It's absolute lunacy. This is about local democracy. When people are walking down the street and come across a new development that they didn't know about, the answer will now be, you should have been involved in the consultation 8 years ago when the code was agreed. We simply can't allow this to happen. People want a greater say, but this is greater centralisation. It worries me, and it should worry every councillor, because we want a happy community, doing things in their community. But if they feel they're being done to, as these plans would enable, then that is a dangerous thing to happen. What is more chilling is that these plans wouldn't just dilute democratic oversight, but would choke off affordable housing and lead to the creation of slum dwellings. The very thought of social housing facing extinction should be a line in the sand we cannot cross. These proposals don't take us forward, but potentially take us back to times that Dickens wrote of. This isn't levelling up. It isn't even levelling off. It's letting our residents down. I do note the Sunderland Conservatives' response to the white paper. James Doyle has stated, and I quote, "These proposals will democratise the planning process by doing away with the current dysfunctional development control-led system in favour of a setting of a local plan and design codes. This will encourage strategic planning and well-designed sustainable communities." I think James must simply have been misquoted here. Surely James can see the irony. Surely James, a man of the people, would surely want not want his community axed from planning decisions. Although perhaps his heart lies with the developers he helps in his day job, who knows? But I call upon our Tory colleagues to do the right thing, to stop backing Boris blindly and stand up for their residents to ensure their voices remain to be heard. I fully support this motion, and I am committed as the portfolio holder to fight off this attempt to bonfire our residents' rights, and I call upon all councillors to back this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson. Councillor Ty.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and I will keep it very brief because Councillor Atkinson's covered the majority of points there very, very well, to be fair. I would just echo the sentiments around appealing to Tory colleagues as well, that they really need to be supporting this. I think that the functions we have within the planning committees of Sunderland have worked very well. All of the opposition have always put politics at the door and have always come into those meetings and judged per planning application. I think long may that continue within Sunderland. I think this was the second part of concerns around planning this year for me, when we had an extension during COVID to 9 p.m. without consultation, 6 days a week, that developers could return back to work. There was little consideration for properties that were overlooking these developments, people that potentially objected in the first place. And then they were left with no option but builders working until 9 o'clock at night, 6 days a week, while they were in quarantine at home, getting the only peace and quiet and coming to terms with the disaster that we had with COVID-19. So again, Mr. Mayor, I would appeal for colleagues to support this motion as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ty. Councillor Dom Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to, I think I can speak on behalf of the Green Party when we'll support this motion. I think it's common sense from the Liberal Party. I don't think there's any need for a new law like this when, if you have a housing minister like Robert Jenrick who can just trump planning meetings anyway and curry and turn them in the favour of his party donors. This isn't a solution for the housing problem that we have in this country. Underfundings and under commitment from the last 10 years of our government is the reason for lack of houses that we were promised social and affordable housing again and again over the last 10 years, and it just hasn't happened. There's been no commitment or effort from the ruling government to do this. It also, I think, an excellent point is it reduces the input of local people. It isn't a perfect process, the planning process, but at least it gives the opportunity for people who are going to be affected by, for instance, the removal of greenbelt next to them to have a voice. Yeah, this certainly won't prevent greenbelt getting built on as well. That's what we would stand up for as well, to stop that happening with developers who are after high profits at what cost to the environment. And I'm pleased to see my Labour colleagues, my Labour councillors are taking this on board as well and standing in it. And I'd like to see a bit more of that commitment for the local areas of Greenbelt as well that are about to be built on in the coming years, which were approved by them. So yes, I'll be fully backing this motion, and thank you for proposing it, Niall and Michael. Martin, sorry. So yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, the next name I've got is Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is sad to see that the Liberal Democrat group has brought forward this motion today. It is sad because for me, it is clear that Councillor Fagan has not actually read, or at least not fully understood, the government's planning for the future white paper. If she had, she would realise that their motion brazenly misrepresents the government's proposals. In contrast, Mr. Mayor, I have read the government's white paper.
Councillor Doyle, can I just stop you for a sec?
Yes.
Councillor Dom Armstrong, will you just turn your camera off, please?
Proceed. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, in contrast, Mr. Mayor, I have read the government's white paper, and I feel it is my duty to set the record straight. I will therefore address 3 key points in response to this motion. 1, what the government's proposals actually are and why they are needed. 2, a direct response to the statements made in the motion. And 3, why I am surprised that, of all people, the Liberal Democrats have decided to defend the existing planning system. The planning system we have in this country is not fit for purpose. It is ineffective, outdated, and let's not forget that the foundation stone of our current planning system is the Town and Country Planning Act 1947, and unsurprisingly, it is unlike any other planning system in Europe, if not the world. It is a development control-led system where developers enter into what many people feel is an opaque process with a local planning authority. By the time members of the public are consulted, there is significant scepticism and hostility towards the application. This is only natural, since local people are forced to object or endorse with no compromise in the middle. To put it simply, at present, we are forcing local communities to confront developments into which they have had no meaningful input. This sentiment, Mr. Mayor, is borne out in research as well. A recent YouGov poll found that only 7% of people trusted their local council to make decisions about large-scale developments. People do not trust the planning system because they feel approval of applications is a fait accompli. The government's Building Better, Building Beautiful Commission found recently that too often what we do is build low-quality homes which are considered ugly by local residents. It goes without saying that we will only encourage objections if what we build is unsightly or insensitive to the local vernacular. There are, of course, many other practical issues with the existing planning regime, including the fact that planning risk is built into the system. It is complex, gameable, and because of this, it favours large-scale developers at the expense of SME developers and self-builds. Residential development in this country is now controlled by an oligarchy of mightily powerful companies with a wealth of resources behind them. Local people and SME developers don't stand a chance. The proposals set out in Planning for the Future address these problems. The proposals are, in fact, a radical and profound reinvention of how we design and build communities, founded on William Ellis' maxim that we should cherish the past, adorn the present, and build for the future. Proposals are structured under 3 pillars, and it would be impossible to speak on all of them in detail here. Instead, I would just like to touch on some of the highlights. First, these proposals will empower local communities and local authorities through more meaningful local plans and implementation of design codes. This rules-based approach will bring democracy in the process forward by giving members of the public the opportunity to shape their new communities and, importantly, influence how they look. Quality standards will be set nationally through general development management policies, which will establish a core set of standards and requirements for development. Second, the White Paper proposes to ask local authorities to categorise land under 3 headings: for growth, for renewal, and for protection. For growth areas would automatically be granted outline planning permission for the principle of development, while automatic approvals would also be available for pre-established development types in other areas suitable for building. In areas suitable for development, or renewal areas, there would be a general presumption in favour of development established in legislation. And finally, in areas where development is restricted, or protected areas, any development proposals would come forward through planning applications being made to the local authority, except where they are subject to permitted development rights or development orders, and judged against policies set out in the National Planning Policy Framework. But Mr. Mayor, one crucial fact is that it is for the local authority to decide how to categorise land and how to best build out its housing quota. This is not some obscene imposition on the right of local people to participate in the planning process. Indeed, it is much the opposite. These proposals will strengthen the voice of local people. Further to this, there will be a more equitable and effective system of community engagement through the redesign of digital planning platforms, driven crucially by data, not documents. I am sure members will understand the tremendously technical and lengthy nature of planning consultations, with page upon page of planning jargon. These proposals will, amongst other things, provide for local plans which are visual and map-based, standardised, and based on the latest digital technology. The final highlight, Mr. Mayor, is the consolidation of the Section 106 developer contribution and the community infrastructure levy into a responsive, transparent and consistent new infrastructure levy. This levy will take the form of a flat rate, value-based charge set nationally, with revenues collected and spent locally. There will be a threshold to encourage SME developers, and this is yet another example of tackling the oligarchy in residential development, with an aim to increasing revenue levels when compared with the previous system. Local authorities will have the ability to use funding to support both existing and new communities, whilst also removing exemptions from the levy, thereby preventing developers from bypassing contributions. Of particular interest to this council, I think, is the proposal to allow local authorities to borrow against infrastructure levy revenues to forward fund infrastructure projects. And so, Mr. Mayor, I would like to come on to the statements made in the motion. To begin, the suggestion that the consolidation of Section 106 and SIL contributions is concerning is quite frankly ridiculous. It's almost as if the supporters of the motion have read the first half of Pillar 3 of the White Paper and not the other. To be clear, the new consolidated levy will create greater flexibility for local authorities and will be more effective at capturing increases in local land values and more sensitive to economic downturns. To ask Councillor Fagan directly, what exactly is objectionable about this proposal? The motion goes on to state that the government proposals seek to reduce or remove the right of residents to object to applications near them. Well, Mr. Mayor, as I have just set out, these proposals will greatly enhance the democracy in the planning process by doing away with meaningless consultation and instead engaging local communities in the design of new development. Let us also not forget that development on land designated for protection will still be subject to a standard planning application process, and it is for the local authority to determine how land is categorised in the first place. One sentence within the motion is simply entirely false. The Local Government Association has not, to my knowledge, opposed these proposals at all. In fact, Councillor James Jamieson, chairman of the LGA, said in a recent statement, "We will need to look properly at these proposals in detail, but councils share the aspiration of improving the current planning system to provide greater certainty for communities, encourage brownfield development, to deliver better infrastructure and increase local involvement." It may shock members to learn that I do, at least partially, agree with one statement made in the motion, which is that local communities must be in the driving seat on shaping the future of their communities. I couldn't agree more. If members agree with this statement, then I would submit that a rules-based system is far preferable to the development control-led system we have at present. People are having development forced upon them by developers and LPAs. Why not engage them from the outset instead? And finally, Mr. Mayor, I would like to explain why I am surprised that the Liberal Democrats have decided to defend the existing planning system. For one, they have of late taken a keen interest in development in my own ward of Fulwell. One application in particular, the Miller Homes application, which was considered by this council's Planning and Highways Committee in 2019, was and still is a topic of great interest to Councillor Fagan's party. She might not be aware, but that application received over 500 objections from local people. In spite of this, permission was granted. How can she then stand by the statement that existing planning procedures allow for democratic control over future development and give local people a say in planning proposals that affect them? I am sure many residents would be mortified to discover that the Liberal Democrats are willing to defend the existing system. And please believe me, Mr. Mayor, when I say that legitimate criticism can be levelled at these proposals, and there is much debate to be had. That is why the paper makes a series of alternative proposals and suggestions. But to deny that the current system requires no reform is to fail to understand the system at all. I therefore urge all members to vote against this motion and consider instead making constructive or even supportive representation to the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. The next name I have is Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to speak about social homes for a moment because it's an important part of the change of development control. At the moment, we are experiencing very little social homes being created by our own social home providers. By getting rid of this part of the planning process is to destroy whatever bit of social homes we would ever possibly get. I cannot abide that, and for that reason I'm going to support the motion. I hope everyone else does as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor O'Brien. Councillor Buick.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been listening to the arguments for and against for this motion, and they both have merits. I do think it's quite ironic that Councillor Atkinson says this white paper will remove democratic input. Being on the Planning Department committee for Sunderland Council over the last year and a half, I've been involved in some highly emotive planning applications, and for Rebecca to say it removes, Councillor Atkinson to say it removes democratic input, I think is a bit far-fetched. It seems as though the council in itself are more than happy to build on greenbelt land without taking residents' objections into account. Resident concerns are listened to, but they're never acted upon, and instead favouring development. As Councillor Doyle mentioned, one of the planning applications over Whitburn, South Bents, there was a lot of objectors to that, but again, this council, or the majority of it, voted in favour. And again, not taking residents' considerations into account. And again, the Burton Road development and the potential houses at Cragdale Gardens in Horton, which I believe there's a church covenant on which says it shouldn't be allowed. But again, this council is not listening to the democratic input from local residents. So how the Labour Party can argue against this is beyond me. And also, being part of the planning committee, and a recent one, the chair of my committee on the East asked committee members to keep their comments short and punchy. I believe that planning applications should be discussed in full and taking all residents' considerations into account. So whether the current planning application process stays or this new white paper comes in, residents should always have some good and final input into any planning application. And like I said, there's pros and cons for this, and members will vote whichever way they want to. My party itself, we will not be whipped into voting either way. We'll have a democratic vote against us, and we'll have our democratic input. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Burke. Councillor Kevin Johnston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mine. Mr. Mayor, I will also be supporting this motion tonight. I've listened to the arguments as well. I think Councillor Doyle needs to say whether he's backing residents or his own clientele with this notice of motion. Councillor Buick has mentioned some things regarding the green belt, but that's why we had the core strategy development plan to identify local housing sites within that, and some were actually removed with the consideration of residents' views. So I think to say that nothing's been listened to is not correct. This will be the biggest shape-up of planning for decades, and the fast-track construction of homes across the country will only sort of dilute that democratic oversight, which has already been mentioned, removing local communities from the planning application process. Another major concern for me, which has also been mentioned, is the much need for affordable and social housing that is required in our communities. In the coalfields alone, we have 261 people on our housing register, with 180 of those requiring a bungalow, and from that we have 131 people who have identified themselves as having a disability. And these are the people who we need to be providing those social homes for. Under these proposals in the government's white paper, Planning for the Future, it will extend the current exemption of small sites from having to make 106 payments. Charity Shelter has commented on this, stating local social housing could face extinction if the requirement for developers to build their fair share was removed. Polly Neat, the Chief Executive of Shelter, has continued to state Section 106 agreements between developers and councils are tragically one of the only ways to get social homes built these days due to a direct lack of government investment. For me, this makes no sense to remove this route to genuinely affordable homes without any guarantee of an alternative. The proposals contain very little detail on the alternative way to boost the number of affordable homes, promising only that they will only not decrease, whereas we should be looking to increase, not just a bare minimum of not saying they will decrease. This is why I'm so proud of the work we've done in the Dynamic City portfolio with Councillor Rebecca Atkinson, as we have planned and brought forward and returned this council to being a social housing provider once again, taking the lead now and ensuring as a council we have the homes for the future of all our generations, regardless of the government's lack of support. I think this has shown once again that this Conservative government has proved their contempt towards our local communities, where we've already witnessed the anger and frustration in our communities. Developers have been able to cherry-pick sites, greenfield sites in our communities due to the planning legislation when it was passed by their government. Under these proposals, people wouldn't get two chances of being involved in the planning process. Currently one when the plan is made, and once again when a plan application is submitted. Now they would only have one chance when the code is being prepared. So when things are being developed in our communities and people recognise this, the answer would be they should have been involved in the consultation years ago when that code was agreed. It seems to me that the only way you'd get anything overturned in that case would be to attend a Conservative Party fundraiser with Housing Secretary Conservative MP Robert Jenrick, sit on his table and make a donation to the Conservative Party. For anyone who's unaware of what I'm suggesting that is, in the 29th of January, Mr Desmond, a property developer, donated £12,000 to the Tories. 2 weeks later, the Housing Secretary, Conservative MP Mr Jenrick, gave the go-ahead for his plan to build 1,500 homes on the site of a former printworks. This was after two previous rejections by the local council and the Independent Planning Inspectorate, and also coming days just before the system change, which would have cost the developers company Northern Shell an additional 30 to 50 million. It's one law for the government's friends and another for everyone else, and I think this pandemic has shown how that has panned out. It's our daughter's first birthday this weekend, and if we wanted to celebrate with our family and friends, we'd have to take them all grouse shooting. So that just goes to show that this Conservative government isn't on the side of the normal working class people. Why should we trust or accept the proposals or decisions come from the Conservative government. Let's give local people a say in the planning process and allow for local and democratic control over future developments. And that's why I will be supporting this notice of motion tonight, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I've got the proposer and the seconder still to speak. Is there anybody else wishing to speak on this matter? I don't see anybody else. So, Councillor Crosby, you reserve the right to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to support this motion because I think there's a perception in the minds of national planners and developers that there is a need to build more housing in Sunderland, no matter what people in the local area think. Sunderland, according to the Centre for Cities, has the smallest growth of all UK cities, less than 0.2%. And in the last census, the population had actually fallen by many thousands. We don't need new homes for lots of people, only for the most needy. Yet over the past 5 years, more than 10,000 new homes have been authorised to be built by planners in Sunderland. Yet look what happens when people hear of a new development being planned on their doorsteps. 5,000 people, including myself, had their say on the proposed West Park development by petition, and as a result, the plans were cancelled. Thousands opposed council plans to build on the green belt at North Hilton. A public inquiry was held, and as a result, the Planning Inspectorate recommended removal of this plan for 370 new homes to be built from the city's development plan. At the time, Councillor Atkinson said, "The people asked and Labour listened," in her statement on the Labour website. Now, thousands of people are objecting to plans for the development of 400 new homes next to Penshire Monument. The council has designated hundreds of hectares of land around the city as growth areas. Some sites are undoubtedly needed, but what say will residents now have on the 134 city sites considered deliverable for housing, according to the Council's Strategic Housing Land Availability Assessment? Not all are wanted. And now new government rules may say that our objections will count for nothing. Personally, I would much rather see trees planted as a legacy for the children of Sunderland, rather than the concrete overing of green sites in the name of profit. I think this government policy is a monstrous carbuncle, and I totally oppose it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And finally, you have the right to reply, Councillor Fagan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just keep this quite brief because I think we've covered a lot of ground between everybody. First of all, thank you to the Labour group and to Dom from the Green Party for supporting this motion. Just briefly in response to Councillor Doyle, I do acknowledge that the planning process isn't perfect of how things work, and you know, we do see planning applications going ahead where objections have been raised and it's not always wanted, but a planning policy framework is used to form these decisions. And at the very least, what often happens, even if the planning application goes ahead, the residents have had an input into how they would like to see things, laid out, how they would like to see things changed to lessen the impact on their own housing. So while they might not agree with the final result, they at least get some kind of say into the consultation, and they often get input into layout and such things like that. I realise that the planning policy could be improved, but this is not the solution. In respect of the levy that Councillor Doyle referred to, of course it will be a flat levy based on development value, which is always going to be more favourable in the more wealthy areas, generally the Tory areas, which of course is why Councillor Doyle and his party would be in support of this. And that's basically everything I'd like to say on that, and I'd just like to thank the Labour and Green who are in support of this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fagan. Council, do we agree the motion?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Disagree.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Move for the vote.
Disagree.
Agreed.
Move for the vote.
Right. I think given some of the voices I've heard, we need to put this to a vote. So can we arrange that, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if members could now again use the electronic voting system, and this time it's vote 2 that you need to vote on.
I'm going to meet one person just so we can all give each other little nicknames.
Can again.
If members could please stop voting now, and if the officer could read out the provisional result, please.
Elaine, could you come back to those who are unable to vote, please?
We will do, Councillor Dixon. We'll just make a note of who's managed to vote electronically first.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, there's been 44 votes cast. There's 33 votes for, 9 votes against, and 2 abstentions.
Thank you. Could those members who haven't been able to vote please indicate with the raised hand function, please, and I'll call each one in turn for them to give their vote. Councillor Waller.
For.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, my screen isn't showing anybody else in addition to Councillor Waller, so I wonder if the oh, I've got Councillor Dixon showing now.
Councillor
Ledbetter.
13 hands are raised.
Councillor Dixon, could you give me your vote, please?
Yes, thank you, Elaine. I'll be voting against the motion.
Thank you. And Councillor Ledbetter?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Diane Snowden?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Thornton?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Bob Francis?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Gibson?
For.
Thank you. Could those members who voted please lower their hands now, please? Councillor Fiona Miller?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Essel?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Walker?
For.
Thank you. Councillor McLennan? Councillor McLennan, could we have your vote, please? Councillor Doris McKnight?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Elizabeth Gibson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Farthing.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Harry Truman.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
For.
Thank you. Are there any other members who have not been able to vote yet?
Yes, Councillor Pat Smith for.
Thank you. Have all members
Elaine?
now voted? Yes.
It's Councillor Dorothy Truman. I think my votes, I think I got it in at the end, but I'm not sure.
Right. If you're unsure, we probably should not record it, just in case it's a double vote.
That's fine.
Hello, Elaine. Can you hear me? Hello.
Is that Councillor McLennan?
It is. I am alive. I am alive. And the computer's still alive as well. I haven't thrown it out the window. My vote is for, and I did send an email to Councillor Ty because I didn't seem able to get through on the other vote, the first vote. Okay, so I'm going back on mute.
Thank you. So we've noted your vote, and I've also been informed that I think it's Councillor Dorothy Truman's vote did record online. So are there any other members who haven't voted yet? If that's the vote. So if the vote's now complete, could the officer now read out the new totals, please?
Mr. Mayor, there are 49 votes for, 12 votes against, and 2 abstentions.
Thank you, and therefore the motion is carried, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that. We'll now deal with the notice of motion, which is on the subject of the Council's response to pest control. I call upon Councillor Mullen to read and move the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the motion as follows. This council recognises that the local authority's response to pest control, specifically relating to rodents across the city in recent months, has been unsatisfactory and failed to meet members' and residents' expectations. It therefore resolves to request that each area committee commits £10,000 to be spent on pest control solutions within their area of the city to make it easier for members of the public to report rodent outbreaks by setting up a dedicated web page and email address, and to publish a monthly list sent to all councillors of planned routine pest control treatments, which includes dates and locations of planned treatment, so that members can identify overlooked problem areas within their wards.
Thank you. Councillor Doyle, would you like to second the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I second the motion, and I would like to request that I be allowed to speak immediately after Councillor Mullen, if that's okay.
That's fine. Councillor Mullen, can you speak to the motion, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep this very brief and apolitical because our aim here is to address a serious and genuine problem that I know councillors in all parties are trying to deal with. And I think it's worth saying, first of all, that to bring a motion to council of this nature has not been our first port of call. Other action has been taken over the last 12 to 18 months, but with limited success in dealing with the kind of problems that we've brought this motion forward to deal with. And we recognise, in particular in the last 6 months, that public health officers have been busy during the pandemic, and this is by no means a criticism of them. Rather, the wording of the motion is intended to reflect the very genuine public sentiment towards the council's response as a whole, which is evident to anybody who looks on the Facebook comment section of the Sunderland Echo's page. Councillor Doyle will speak in more detail about the latter 2 bullet points on this motion and explain exactly what is intended by them and what we have in mind, but it falls to me to discuss the rest of the motion. Mr Mayor, since providing comment to the Sunderland Echo on the subject of rats in my own ward, relating to the long-term issues with rats in Barnes Park, Councillor Doyle and I have been contacted by residents across the city in Ryhope, Pallion, Washington, Doxford, Hendon and Herrington, which gives a sense of the scale of the problem and residents' desperation to deal with it. And I'm fully aware of the various reasons why we have such a lively rat population. I understand that we've had a number of consecutive mild winters, that Northumbrian Water needs to undertake urgent sewage network treatment, that the lockdown has meant that the rats have been able to venture out further to find food without human disturbance. And all of those are valid reasons, but they're not solutions. And residents don't like to hear the reasons why there are rats on their streets and in the parks and on the seafront. They want instead to know what we're going to do about it. And in recent times, unfortunately, the council's official line has been nothing or not enough. This motion is therefore an attempt to acknowledge this public frustration with the apparent lack of action in this area and to collectively ramp up our efforts to tackle rodent infestations. And to give colleagues an idea of what we can do with additional money, in my ward, I'm sponsoring a community chest application for the Barnes Residents Association to buy new bins for the park, which contain bait within the base of the bin structure. So when the rats come to find human food waste in the bins, they actually get into the bin via the base and are killed by the poison contained within it. And this is a new type of bin infrastructure, which is better than just having the poison out in the wild, because the rats are not being attracted to it at the minute. And this is just one of a number of different examples that I've been talking to officers about recently that could be rolled out across the city. The plan outlined here, as Councillor Doyle will go on to explain in more detail, also involves councillors being more involved in providing environmental health officers with local intelligence, because putting party affiliations aside, we all know our wards better than most of the people, and we can provide helpful information to improve the council's pest control plans. And in closing this quite brief speech, I'd just like to address the first bullet point in particular. We're not asking that area committees are forced to simply hand over 10 grand if this motion passes. Rather, we envisage that area committees will simply be requested to discuss this proposal as an agenda item when they next meet, much in the same way that we all did when Councillor Kelly, when he still had the culture portfolio, requested that we discuss putting more money towards Christmas lights. Personally, my view is that if we can put more money towards Christmas lights as we have, then we can also have a discussion about putting more money towards dealing with rats in a joined up and collective effort across the city, because it is a problem that is getting out of hand and a problem that none of us want to live with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mullen. Councillor Doyle, you wanted to speak straight after?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll also keep my remarks brief, as Councillor Mullen has covered much of the substance of our motion. I will therefore focus on the two lattermost resolutions, the first being to make it easier for members of the public to report rodent outbreaks by setting up a dedicated web page and email address. As ward councillor, I have found that it is currently far too difficult to report rat sightings to the council. Indeed, local residents have contacted me to express frustration at the inefficiency of the current system. The council's website does have some information about pest control, but this is mainly focused on people paying the council to come out and provide treatment services in a domestic setting. What there isn't, and what the Conservative group is calling for, is a dedicated web page for rats and mice in public places, which will allow residents to easily report infestations. This should be allied with an improvement in responsiveness on the council's part, so that complainants are kept informed of the progress of their complaint and any subsequent action taken. The second resolution is to publish a monthly list sent to all councillors of planned routine pest control treatments, so that members can identify overlooked problem areas within their wards. It is the belief of the Conservative group that councillors should be involved in the process of tackling rodent infestation to help our environmental health team deliver good customer service and increase public satisfaction. We also believe that councillors should be kept up to date with developments in their ward, so that they are better placed to communicate effectively and accurately with constituents. In order to achieve this, we think there should be a monthly schedule of planned treatments published and distributed by email to all councillors, in much the same way that the weekly road report is submitted. This will allow councillors to share intelligence about problem areas that they may have missed and to provide feedback on the appropriateness of frequency of treatments in specific areas. Mr. Mayor, this motion seems to me to be wholly reasonable and much needed. I am sure that colleagues across the virtual chamber recognise the importance of effectively tackling rodent infestations, and I therefore commend this motion to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Does anyone wish to speak to the motion?
Councillor Hodson. Councillor Buick. Councillor Mann. Councillor Stewart. Are there any other members whose names I have and who would like to speak? If not, then Mr. Mayor, the speakers are Councillors Hudson, Buick, Mann and Stewart.
Thank you. Councillor Hodson, would you like to speak, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sunderland. I'd like to move an amendment to this motion, please. I've sent the text by email to Hazel, and I've just put it in the chat as well, so members can take a look at it. I'll read it out if you like, Mayor Sunderland, and then move it.
Yeah.
Yes, if you can move that, Councillor Hodson.
Yep. So it's a small amendment. In the first bullet point, delete £10,000 and insert an appropriate amount. So the amended, the motion reads, this council recognises that the local authority's response to pest control, specifically relating to rodents across the city in recent months has been unsatisfactory and failed to meet members' and residents' expectations. It therefore resolves to request that each area committee commits an appropriate amount to be spent on pest control solutions within their area of the city. Make it easier for members of the public to report rodent outbreaks by setting up a dedicated webpage and email address. Publish a monthly list sent to all councillors of planned routine pest control treatments, which includes dates and locations of planned treatment, so that members can identify overlooked problem areas within their wards. Just because we're meeting virtually, Mayor Sunderland, I will just make clear to councillors, all I'm suggesting is removing that 10,000 comment and replacing it with an appropriate amount. And when I'm given the opportunity to speak, I'll explain why. I'd like to move that amendment, please.
Do we have a seconder?
I'll second that amendment, Mr. Mayor. I'll second it.
Can you
I'll second that amendment, Mr. Mayor.
I think Councillor O'Brien seconded it.
Yeah, I'll second it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Hodson, would you like to speak to the amendment, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sunderland. It won't surprise anyone to hear that the Liberal Democrat group do support broadly the aims of this motion, because of course we previously moved a motion regarding the rat problem in this city a couple of years ago, which sadly at that time was voted down by Labour and Conservative councillors. We've repeatedly moved an annual budget amendment to provide means-tested pest control service. That's one free to those on pensions, benefits, the unemployed and low-wage households. The reason I mention that is because that was costed at £58,000 by council officers. We've had it costed a couple of times ahead of annual budgets. So not a million miles from the amount that the Conservative group are proposing, but at least something costed by our officers. And that's my concern about this particular motion. I don't like arbitrary sums being bandied about by this council. £10,000, what does that mean? How many treatments is that? How much officer time is that? Does that justify the appointment of another enforcement officer, for example? I think really if we're committing to spend money or committing to ask area committees to spend money, we ought to know exactly how much money is required and what we get for it. I think the easiest way to resolve this, rather than to try and thrash out the amounts here, is to simply ask area committees to look at spending an appropriate amount for their areas. The other factor of this is, of course, that city centre areas with large parks, have a greater pest control problem than the suburbs and more rural areas of the city. city council area. So it is something that will be different area to area. It may be, for example, that area committees need to spend more than 10,000, or some may choose to spend less. But I think that amount should be decided by area committees. They should have the authority on that. So I hope members will consider this amendment, and if so, we would like to support the motion amended. Thank you, Mayor Sunderland.
Councillor O'Brien, you said you were going to speak, or you seconded the motion. Do you wish to speak now?
You'd be glad to know I don't wish to speak, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak to the amendment?
Mr. Mayor?
We're just compiling a list of people who want to...
Sorry, so on the amendment, the speakers that I have are Councillor Mullen and Councillor Graham Miller. Does anybody else wish to speak on the amendment? Councillor Mann. Councillor Buick. Are there any other members who wish to speak on the amendment? In that case, Mr. Mayor, the speakers are Councillor Graham Miller, Councillor Mann, Councillor Buick, and then Councillor Mullen would speak at the conclusion of those speeches.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Miller, Leader, would you like to speak, please, to the amendment?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It's just for clarification to the Labour group. We had not expected there to be an amendment on this notice of motion. Councillor Stewart is clearly going to respond on the original notice of motion about why the group will not be supporting it. And I just wanted to use this amendment to remind the group that we will continue to oppose the amendment and the original notice of motion, just so that Labour councillors are clear once Councillor Stewart has explained our position and what it is. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Buick?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. After hearing the amendment, I will personally go for the amendment for the appropriate amount. I would just like to see in the Ryde ward there is quite a large rat problem in people's houses and in the gardens, so I think additional money needs to be spent on this problem. But I would like to put on record, during the COVID, elderly resident from the Ryde ward, I think she was 92-year-old, did contact us, put the complaint to the council, and they did go out and sort the rodent problem from her. So I would like to put thanks to the council for that, and that's all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Buick. Councillor Mann?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I speak on behalf of my group and my ward. Can you hear me? I beg your pardon.
Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I speak on behalf and support the motion, and I support the amendment. What's happening in...
Can you start again? I lost some of that.
Start again.
Am I free to speak, Mr. Mayor?
Yes. I just lost. I think you started, and I just lost some of it at the start. So if you just go start.
Thank you, sir. I speak on behalf of my group and my ward, and I would like to commend and endorse the motion and support it. We've got a massive problem across the city. We've got a huge problem. I am being faced nearly every day in my ward by residents whom are Gen 2 and other tenants that are on the breadline, in poverty, using food banks, and they can't afford the amount of money that it costs the council to come out and do a rat infestation control with them, because it's £50
They don't have £50. They have 5 mouths to feed. And I think that what we need to look at here is get to the base of the problem, make sure that this is addressed ward by ward, area by area, and I support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mullen, I believe you have the right to reply on this motion.
Thank you very
Amendment.
much, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just to say that my group will support Niall's amendment. We will support Niall's amendment. The reason we put £10,000 in was to make it comparable with the most recent amount of money we've been asked to consider, i.e. spending on Christmas lights, but it sounds as if the Labour Party is going to vote against it anyway, which I think for them, at least politically, is a massive mistake, given how many of their wards has this problem, but that's the direction they choose to go in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think now we need to take a vote on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if members could now vote on vote 3, please. Could members stop voting now, please? And could the officer state the provisional result, please?
Mr. Mayor, there's been 43 votes cast. We have 18 votes for, 25 votes against, and there are no abstentions.
Thank you. Could any member who hasn't been able to cast an electronic vote please indicate and let me have their vote, please? Councillor Essel.
Councillor Leadbitter.
Could I just take Councillor Essel's vote, please, Councillor Leadbitter? Councillor Essel, could you?
Could I what?
Councillor Essel, could you give me your vote, please?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Leadbitter.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Dixon.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Francis.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Buick.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mullen.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Elizabeth Gibson. Councillor against. Thank you. Councillor Peter Gibson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Waller.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor McLennan.
Well, hey. Yes, against.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Walker.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Thornton.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Against.
Thank you. Are there any other members who haven't been able to give their vote yet?
Councillor Davison.
Councillor Davison, could I have your vote, please?
Against.
Thank you. Have all members voted now? If so, could the officer please give the revised totals?
Councillor Ann Lawson's got her hand up, Elaine.
Apologies, Councillor Lawson, could we take your vote, please?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I've already voted. I just wanted to say that the electronic voting this evening is a lot slower than it was during any of the training sessions. So when Elaine is saying, will you please stop voting for that last vote, I had just managed to submit the vote. So I know what I'm doing. It just seems to be taking an awful long time for the vote to be appearing on screens for you to be able to vote and to submit as well. I just thought it was worth mentioning that. Thank you.
Yes, and can
Point of order from Councillor Pam Mann.
Is this to do with the vote, is it?
Yes.
It is.
Right. First, Councillor Pat Smith. Councillor Mann, will you just turn your picture off, please?
Pat Smith, who has voted, did accept it, but I don't think it has, so I'm against. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Smith, if you turn your camera off.
Yes, I am. I'm going to, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I wonder if the officer could perhaps check whether Councillor Smith's vote had recorded electronically, because we need to make sure we don't double count.
Right, and I believe Councillor Mann, did you have something to say regarding the voting?
Councillor Mann, I think you're on mute.
Thank you, Governance. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick comment that there have been many sessions over the last 2 weeks to enable councillors to engage with the city and work out how to vote electronically. They have been given more than enough support from the council, from the Labour group, and from anyone. If they cannot manage to vote, Elaine Waugh stated this afternoon that more time would be given, but I don't think that enough time is given.
Okay. Was that everything? Yeah. I think this is work in progress, and I think the council will take your comments on board and try to actually improve this. If you just give me a moment, please, and I'll.
So, Mr. Mayor, when the officer is ready, could he read out the revised totals for the votes, please?
Mr. Mayor, we've had 23 votes for and 36 votes against.
Mr. Mayor, the amendment is therefore defeated.
Right, we'll go back to the original motion. I had 4 names down. Councillor Hodgson. Okay. Can I just ask who wants to speak on the original motion, please?
Could members please raise their hands if they wish to speak on the main motion, please? Councillor Buick. Councillor Mann.
Okay.
Councillor Stewart. Are there any other members who wish to speak on the main motion? If not, then the speakers are Councillor Buick, Councillor Mann, Councillor Stewart, and Councillor Mullen has the right of reply.
Okay, Councillor Buick, would you like to speak to the main motion, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep this very brief. Obviously, I voted in favour of the amendment, and I'll also now vote in favour of the original motion, as I think money needs to be spent within the city to rid the city of the rat problem. And I'm sure every resident in Sunderland would agree with that. And I think when they find out Labour Party are voting against this, I think there will be a massive backlash and be it at their peril. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Buick. Councillor Mann?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support the original motion. And I would like to say that any Labour councillor that has voted against a motion which is to cull rats in this whole city of Sunderland needs to look deeply at themselves and their communities and their standing as a ward councillor. I would like to exterminate rats within my community. I would like the council to help us to do that. And all we need to do is give some support within the communities and for the ward councillors to address this, because otherwise people in my ward cannot afford to pay the council fee of £50 or to Gen 2 of £50 to put pest control in place in their homes, in their gardens and amongst our communities. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Yep, switch your cap. Yep, okay. Councillor Stewart, Deputy Leader.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Can I first of all start by saying that I can only imagine the nightmare that a rat infection can bring to any household, and I think we'd all share in that concern, and that any such experience, anybody in that position will need the assistance of professional services to eliminate such infestations. I think nobody wants to see rats on the street. Nobody wants to see rats infesting their own home. But the reality is that rats are a part of everyday living in any society. I think we're all living at home at the moment in social isolation and working from home where we can. The reality is that within a couple of 100 yards of where we're all living, there'll be some rats. Now, what the council needs to do, and has been doing, is to try and ensure that those rat populations are kept under control. I mean, some of the points of this motion I don't really have an issue with. But what I do have an issue with is the suggestion that somehow the council's response has been unsatisfactory. And I take offence at that. I really do, because that is clearly not the case. In relation to the points about area committees and perhaps using area committees' budgets, I'm quite sure if one of the Conservative group had actually raised this at our area committee, they might have some sympathetic hearing, but they haven't bothered to do it. But they'll put it in a resolution to council, just so they'll get some publicity. And I find that an absolute disgrace. I'd further like to wish and record my disappointment, really, that as far as I'm concerned, this motion from the Tories is simply just to stoke up residents' fears about infestations, even when it flies in the face of evidence that's available to them, both in the number of sightings and also deliberately failing to acknowledge the highly trained professional team employed by the council that deal with such infestations in this city. The idea that we're being overrun by rats, images of disease, images of gnawing through electrical cables. Just about every horror film that's ever been made has a rat or two in its credits to instill primal fear. And what the Conservative Party are doing, and it's shamefully the other opposition parties, is to try and stoke up that primal fear of disease that is associated with a rat population. And I will state again, and I'll come on to the figures in a moment, there is no rat problem in this city. What I do expect from councillors, even opposition councillors, is to act responsibly and to act on facts and ignore what they feel is a good news story in the Sunderland Echo. Indeed, when I was trying to assess whether we did have a problem of rats in this city, my first instinct was to actually have a look at the reports on the Sunderland Echo, look at the news stories that have been put in there, just about how bad things must be in this city. Excluding the Echo reports generated by the Conservatives themselves, because I think that would be cheating if I counted those votes, a quick Google search, I found the number of specific reports in the Echo. In 2020, there's been 3 reports in the Echo. In 2019, there was 2, 2018, 2, and 2017, surprise, surprise, 2. Now, it was a quick search, and I grant that. I might have missed some, and indeed, I might have double counted. But even so, what it is, it does not suggest an unsatisfactory performance by the council. There's no daily, weekly reports of vermin running amok in the streets, which is the impression the Tories want us to believe. It just does not exist. Mr. Mayor, I then decided to look a bit more scientifically about this and assess, again, this unsatisfactory performance by the Pest Control and Environmental Health team. So I asked them for the figures of reported cases that have come to their attention, something that the Conservatives could have asked for, but as stated earlier, why let the facts get in the way of a good horror story? Anyway, they provided me with the information, and I was hoping to show you a chart, unfortunately.
Councillor Stewart, can I just stop you for a moment?
Yeah.
Councillor Hodgson, will you stop posting photographs on chat, please?
So members aren't even listening to me. Well, that's a great point, isn't it? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay.
Would you like to carry on, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, in 2016, I think that's an appropriate year to start because charges have been mentioned, and that was the first year that we introduced charges. And in 2016, when we introduced charges, we had over 3,000 reported incidents involving rats. I think the critical fact to note is that this figure has fallen year on year, Mr. Mayor, year on year, so that in 2019, it was less than half this level, Mr. Mayor, less than half the level of 2016. And this year, 2020, we are looking at a similar figure. To be fair, it might end up slightly higher than 2019, but comparable. What we're not seeing is, as I've said before, this perception of rats roaming the streets and that the council is not doing anything to try and resolve that problem, which is clearly untrue. Mr. Mayor, another interesting fact that I realised when looking particularly at the Echo is in relation to rats and when they're reported to the council, year on year, there's a higher reporting of rat sightings and rat infestations in the autumn compared to the summer months. Indeed, the summer months are the lowest part of the year. Yet it's predominantly the summer when the Echo seems to report almost all of its rat-based news stories. In fact, perhaps they should consider a rat story themselves on the Tories' inability to separate fact from fiction.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. What's the Tories being rats got to do with the motion?
I think Councillor Stewart's provided evidence, and I'm quite happy for him to continue.
About the Tories being rats?
No, I don't think he meant that.
Can I thank you, Mr. Mayor?
Well, he did.
Can I just, for the record, let's talk about the last figures that I've been given were July 2020, and there were 78 reported instances of rats in the city. 78 more than I wish there were, but that compares to the same month in 2019 when there was 99. So it's again showing the fact that the numbers are going down. The reason we're not being overrun by rats is that this council operates a regular baiting programme, while colleagues with Northumbria Water take a similar action of baiting programmes in their sewer systems. These programmes have been ongoing and in place for a number of years to keep the rodent population under control.
Councillor Stewart, sorry to stop you. Look, I'm going to remind members, I do not want images posted on the chat. I can see Councillor Hodgson's still up. I can see Councillor Buick. Take them down immediately.
Well, shame on them, Mr. Mayor.
Can you just come on, Councillor Stewart?
Shame on you, Mayor. It's Councillor Buick. I have not posted a picture. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I can see something on here. I'll apologise if it's. I can't see what the top picture is exactly. There's a one in a cage. I don't know who's posted that.
Looks like some big rats.
Through yourself, Mr. Mayor, it's Michael Dixon. Point of clarification: what's actually happening? I'm not an IT person.
Well, Niall's posted pictures of rats to prove to Paul that there are rats indeed in the city.
Right? Can I just stop everybody?
Can I just point out, Mr. Mayor, that nobody's suggesting that there's no rats in this city. They're suggesting.
Well, actually, Mr. Stewart, Councillor Stewart, you did actually just quote that there are no rats in this city.
Mr. Mayor, would you like all of the
to
speakers
rewind
to
your
mute?
own speech? I
The
think
governance
you will
officer
find
mute all of the
he
speakers.
said that there are no rats in this city.
Mr. Mayor, I was speaking. I should be left to finish. Mr. Mayor, I was quoted
give us a second,
July 2020.
Councillor Stewart, can you just give us a second?
July 2020.
Just shame on you, Paul. Just shame on you.
Could the governance officers please mute all of the speakers except the Mayor, please? And please, can the members show some respect for the Mayor?
Respect for the Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Mann, do you have a point of order?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I would like to address Councillor Stewart in that Councillor Stewart.
What section?
Yeah, the point of order.
Do you have a point of order, Councillor Mann?
I do. Councillor Stewart is incorrect in stating that there are no rats in the city of Sunderland. I would like to address that because I believe that Councillor Stewart is fundamentally incorrect.
Can I just stop you there?
Yes,
that's not the point of order. Now I'm going to go back to Councillor Stewart, okay? Because you've had your opportunity to speak. Councillor Stewart, do you want to continue?
Councillor Stewart, you're still on mute. If you could switch your microphone on, please.
Councillor Mann, will you turn your camera off, please?
Okay.
Councillor Stewart.
Right. You know, what it is, Mr. Mayor, is that people just don't like to hear the truth. And that's the problem here. None of us, as I've said right at the beginning of this, is none of us would like to be in the position where they do face a rat problem. And people do face a rat problem. I've mentioned before the last figures we had for a full year 2019, there was about 1,500 cases referred to the council. So yes, there are rats out there. The issue is that the problem is less than it was in previous years, and that the council is going in the right direction. And I've said again, and I'll repeat it again, the figures for July 2020, there were 78 reported instances in the city compared to 99 for the same month in 2019. That's the most latest figures we have. That's the reality of it. People can either accept it or not, but they are the facts. So, Mr. Mayor, I'll repeat what I was saying, is that because there is no rat problem in this city, but there are clearly cases of rat infestations, we have a team within this council, Mr. Mayor, that ensure that where they can, they will take action. And I've mentioned about the baiting. I've mentioned about the fact that our colleagues in Northumberland Water do the same to make sure that there is no rat and rodent population that is out of control. I mean, if I'll put this another way, I mean, if anybody does any research with regards to rats, they'll know that a single pair of rats within 12 months will be total around about 2,000 to 2,500. And it's because of the fact that the council does have a system in place, is that we are not inundated with those thousands and thousands of rats roaming the streets. So again, I want to applaud the staff in the council for undertaking the measures that they need to ensure that we do not have the rat problem that has been described by the opposition.
Councillor Stewart, you're well over the 10 minutes, and I've given latitude to
I'll propose an extension, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I have been interrupted a few times.
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, I can't hear what you said there.
Okay, okay. It's just right. Okay. I'll finish off, Mr. Mayor, by saying, what I would say is that in relation to council land and the parks, they're regularly treated. The team works hard to keep on top of the natural rat population. The issue is that there's lots of food from litter bins, dropped food waste, bird feeding remnants, and indeed there's little form of predators for rats. So when it comes to putting poison down, the rats have the option of eating the poison or actually eating some of the dropped food waste, the half-eaten sandwiches, half-eaten sausage rolls, and unfortunately they tend to choose the latter. Now, some of the points that were raised by the Conservatives with regards to their suggestion about introducing new bins, great ideas, absolutely fantastic.
Councillor Stewart, I'm going to stop you there.
Okay, okay, Mr. Mayor, I'll just say that I oppose the motion, Mr. Mayor. I would urge everybody to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've said enough on that. Councillor Mullen, would you like to come in as the right to reply?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll keep it brief. The last words I heard there from Councillor Stewart were Conservative councillors' great ideas, and I think we can take that as a snapshot of his overall speech. Just to pick up on some of the things that Paul said there, Pam was right to point out, he did say, and I quoted this exactly, there is no rat problem in this city, and then went on to talk about some of the reasons why that's the case in his view, and then compared the complaints about rats that other parties have raised to a horror film. Well, it is a bit like a horror film when you get the kind of emails that I get and the other Barnes councillors have had saying that you've had to throw stones at a group of 25 rats to stop them attacking your 2-year-old daughter, or when you're sent pictures of rats attacking the ducks in Barnes Park Lake. That is quite horrific. The problem with saying that there aren't lots of reports coming in is that, as we've pointed out in the motion, it's incredibly difficult to report the rat problem to the council, because when you go on the website, it assumes that the problem is domestic and not to do with public spaces, as we mentioned. That towards the end became bizarre and unhinged, and there was really no need for all of that kind of fighting among people, because at the start of my speech I said it was an attempt to be constructive. We were more than happy to accept Niall's amendment, for example, and to try and find a way to come up with something that the public would be able to support, that we could all get behind. Clearly that hasn't worked. Just to address one final point, Councillor Stewart mentioned also the fact that Northumbrian Water undertakes regular treatment of the sewage network. I've had an email from a resident of Washington South forwarded on from the leader of the council saying that that needs to become more regular. So they need to decide what their actual position on this is. And regardless of anything Paul has just said there, my residents think there's a problem, and I'm going to continue to be raising this in the Echo and elsewhere, whether he likes it or not. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I think we need to take a vote on this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If members could now vote on the motion, and it is vote 4 that they need to vote on, as in the number 4 that they need to vote on. Could members please stop voting now? And could the Governance Officer read out the provisional result, please?
Mr. Mayor, there's been 47 votes cast online. There's 19 votes for, 27 votes against, and 1 abstention.
Thank you. So now we'll take the vote from those members who haven't been able to use the electronic vote. I have Councillor Bob Francis. Could I have your vote, Councillor Francis? Councillor Francis, can you hear me? We'll come back to Councillor Francis.
Sorry about that. I did my usual, pressed the wrong button. I'm voting for.
Thank you. Councillor Essel.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Elizabeth Gibson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Gibson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Walker.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Dixon.
For, Elaine. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members who haven't been able to vote?
Yes,
Councillor
Pat Smith against.
Councillor Pat Smith's given her vote against.
Councillor Davison.
Councillor Davison, your vote, please.
Against.
Thank you. Are there any other?
Leadbitter.
Councillor Leadbitter.
For.
Thank you. Are there any other members who need to give their vote? If not, then could we have the revised total, please?
Briefing, wasn't it? I'll just say it after the revised vote.
So could the governance officer read out when they're ready, please?
Mr. Mayor, we've had 22 votes for, 35 votes against, and 1 abstention.
Thank you, and therefore, Mr. Mayor, the motion is defeated.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just on the vote, I've had a message from Councillor Rebecca Atkinson to say that she's dropped out the meeting due to technical issues and was unable to vote before it went ahead. So there will be a vote missing from there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. The next item tonight is reports, which includes the report of the leader on special urgency decisions, a report on updates to the Constitution, together with a report for appointments to the committees on outside bodies. We will take these in turn, starting with the leader's report on special urgency decisions. Leader, would you move the report?
I so move the report, Mr. Mayor.
Deputy Leader, do you second the report?
Second the report, Mr. Mayor.
Does the council agree to receive the report?
Agreed.
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 Next, we will deal with the report on updates to Constitution. Leader, will you move the report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I so move the report.
Deputy Leader, do you second the report?
Second the report, Mr. Mayor.
Leader, do you wish to speak to the report?
Just very briefly to say that this is basically where we agreed we would take the special powers back off the Chief Executive and do a couple of updates to the Constitution. So I hope everybody's happy with that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Deputy Leader, do you wish to speak?
No.
If any member wishes to speak on the report, please indicate and state whether you have an amendment, a comment, or a question. Is the report agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed. Agreed.
The final report is on the agenda is appointments to committees and outside bodies, and a supplementary report has been circulated, and that should be shown on the screen now. Leader, will you please move the report and the supplementary report?
Mr. Mayor, I move the report and the supplementary report. Thank you.
Deputy Leader, do you second the report?
Yeah, second the report and reserve the right to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Leader, do you want to speak to the report?
No, the report just changes to committees, outside bodies, and it's clear to everybody that what's going on there. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
If any member wishes to speak on the report, please indicate whether they have an amendment, a comment, or a question.
Councillor Hodson. Councillor Mann. Councillor Michael Dixon. So, Mr. Mayor, the speakers are Councillor Hodson, Councillor Mann and Councillor Michael Dixon. Can I just check no other members wish to speak on this item?
Councillor Hodson, would you like to speak, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sunderland. The leader made out that these were quite straightforward. Looking at the report, it looks to me actually that they're actually very significant and they involve the leadership of the council. So I do want to comment and question what's going on here. I'm concerned about the changes, not the regular ones. I know there's a few people moving about. The Conservatives have moved a few people between committees. But there's about 18 or so actions removing Michael Mordy, the former deputy leader, from committees, outside bodies and joint arrangements. I'm a little concerned that councillors were not informed about the changes to the leadership and cabinet, finding only out via the press when the new deputy leader, Paul Stewart, put out a comment about fly tipping. It's pretty poor. There's also been a lack of explanation to councillors and opposition groups about why these drastic changes and changes to the council leadership are being taken. I think that's quite disrespectful to the council as a whole, and it's rude to this council's partners and outside bodies to be doing this without explanation. So I'd appreciate if the leader could explain the reasons behind these changes, particularly to the leadership of the council, reassure the council that they're not being taken as some kind of act of retribution, and also reassure the council that he's been in touch with the outside bodies and joint arrangements to advise of these proposed changes and not springing them on them by surprise, as that's how he's treated his own councillors. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Mann. Councillor Mann. I'll move on. And Councillor Dixon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just to conclude very briefly, I'd like to just thank John Kelly for all the work he's done for the city. I think he's been a very hard-working, very sincere portfolio holder, and although we come from a different political party, I'd like to just pass that on. Thanks to John for all he's done. He was always an easy man to talk to, and was able to see the other point of view now and again. And I think he realised that we were very keen on the Conservative side to help and support where possible. I'd like to also thank Michael Modi for all his work as one of the leaders of the council. I don't know the ins and outs of what's been going on here, but I've known Michael for quite a number of years. We've served on the East Area Committee. And although, again, we're from a different political party, I'd like to thank him for all he's done. And I've got to say, quite frankly, on the evidence tonight, I don't think the standard of civic debate has been enhanced with his replacement. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Mann, are you able to speak?
Good luck.
I can hear the background comments, Mr. Mayor, that somebody just said good luck.
You had technical problems, I think, so I just asked you whether you wanted to speak, Councillor Mann.
I did, but I removed the question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks. Deputy Leader, you reserve the right to speak. Do you want to speak?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, thank you very much for the comments, the critical comments from the opposition parties. Clearly, I must be doing something good already. Thank you very much. I'll leave it at that.
Leader, do you wish to exercise your right to reply?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. All I'm going to say is that from time to time on Cabinet, there are structural changes that need doing, and Cabinet members are moved, changed, come and go, and that includes the position of Deputy Leader, and that is what has happened here, and the process for that is laid down in the Constitution, and all of that was followed correctly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Can we agree the report?
Just a quick point of order there, Mayor Sunderland.
Carry on.
I have to point out, it's a bit unnecessary, Michael. You haven't got your microphone off. The leader suggested.
Sorry, Niall, I was talking. I do apologise.
The leader suggested that this was all done above board. Well, really, actually, changes to the leadership of the council really ought to be communicated to the council and opposition groups, and they shouldn't find out about changes to the council's leadership via the press. And I'd like him to have acknowledged that, because it's really not appropriate. Thank you.
Leader, do you have anything else to say on this? Or
I'll take Councillor Hodson's comments under advisement. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
okay, members, can we agree the report?
Disagree.
Agree.
Agree.
Disagree.
I think we better have a vote on that.
Could members please vote now? We're up to vote 5.
I can't be here. You've got to stay put until the ambulance arrives, okay? You're not well enough. I can't have the police.
What's that? All right. Not much time left for that, I think.
Could members please stop voting now, and could the governance officer give the provisional vote, please?
Mr. Mayor, we've had 31 votes cast for and 15 against, with no abstentions.
Thank you. We'll now take the vote from those members who weren't able to use the electronic system. So as I call your name, if you could give your vote, please. Councillor Mann. Councillor Mann, can you hear me?
Councillor Mann, against.
Yes, against, thank you. Councillor Peter Gibson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Elizabeth Gibson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Essel.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Thornton.
For, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Walker.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mullen.
My group will be voting for or in because it affects our positions, but I agree with Niall's sentiments.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
For.
Thank you. Have all members now voted? Oh, sorry, Councillor Michael Dixon.
And Councillor Pat Smith. For.
So Councillor Pat Smith for, and Councillor Michael Dixon.
Councillor Bob Francis. Councillor Bob Francis hasn't voted yet.
Could I just take Councillor Michael Dixon's vote first, please?
4, Elaine, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Francis?
4.
Thank you. Councillor McLennan?
Thank you, Elaine. I was so excited that I think lodging my vote, I might have pressed the wrong button. I wish to vote for, but I'm not sure if you can check that.
We'll see if the governance officers can check that.
Thank you, but at least I've got through to you. I've voted twice. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Councillor Davison.
Councillor Davison, could I have your vote, please?
4.
Thank you.
Councillor Ledbetter?
Councillor Ledbetter?
4.
4, thank you. Do any other members still need to give their vote? If not, could the officer check the position with Councillor McLennan and give the revised totals, please? Mr. Mayor, we're just checking the numbers and we'll announce them as soon as possible.
Mr. Mayor, I can confirm that there was 45 votes for and 15 votes against, with no abstentions.
Thank you. The report's therefore agreed, Mr. Mayor. That's it. We're done.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the meeting. Thank you for your attendance and patience.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good night, Mr. Mayor.
Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good night.
Thanks,
Good night.
Good night, all.
Everybody, thank you.